Testing, testing. Hi.
Recording in progress.
Okay, Mayor, we are ready.
Good evening. It is 5:32. Welcome to the March 3rd, 2026 special meeting of the Cupertino City Council. I call this meeting to order. Madam City Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Fruin,
Here.
Councilmember Mohan,
Here.
Councilmember Wong,
Here.
Vice Mayor Chow,
Here.
Mayor Moore,
Here.
and Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. As a reminder, Councilmember Wong is participating remotely this evening. Councilmember Wong, are you in the lobby of the Boca Raton Resort in Boca Raton, Florida this evening?
Yes, I am.
Thank you. And Councilmember Wong, are there any individuals over the age of 18 with you? And has anyone indicated to you that they intend to make public comment or address the council?
No one so far today.
Okay, thank you. I'll rely on you to notify me if any member of the public does wish to speak from your location. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you, Madam City Clerk. Our first item is the action calendar, item 1, and the subject is the Parkland ballot measure. Madam City Manager, do we have a staff report?
Thank you, Mayor. So this item follows the study session that was held in January regarding potential parkland protections and rezoning considerations, where council directed staff to return with additional information related to mapping, zoning consistency, legal protections under state law, and the logistical and fiscal considerations associated with placing a measure on the ballot for November 2026. And tonight's staff report summarizes that information, outlines the considerations for council as you determine whether to move forward with the development of a parkland ballot measure. We do not have a presentation, but we have a short verbal update from Jonathan Orozco, Acting Director of Admin Services for this item, and I will turn it over to Jonathan.
Thank you, Tina. Good evening, Honorable Mayor Moore and council members. As outlined in the staff report, this item responds to council's direction from the January study session. The staff report provides an overview of the current mapping and zoning framework, summarizes existing state law protections for parkland, and outlines the election timing and estimated fiscal considerations should council wish to pursue a measure for the November 2026 ballot. Rather than walking through each section in detail this evening, I encourage you to reference the staff report for the full legal and logistical analysis. Ultimately, tonight's discussion is intended to help council determine whether to direct staff to proceed with the development of a ballot measure or take no further action at this time. This concludes my presentation, and staff is available to respond to any questions.
Okay, thank you. We've allocated a brief amount of time for this agenda item. I'll be opening it up first for public comment. Madam City Clerk, do we have any speakers on this item?
Yes. Yes, Mayor. We have, at this current time, we have three requests to speak in person on this item, and I'm seeing one hand raised virtually. So just a reminder, members of the public wishing to speak regarding an item shall submit a request to speak card or raise their hand virtually within 9 minutes of the start of public comment or before the public comment period is closed, whichever comes first. So we'll move into Community Hall speakers. First, we have Jennifer Griffin, followed by Jean Bedord, followed by Peggy Griffin. Welcome, Jennifer.
And can video allocate 90 seconds per speaker on this item due to the 15 minutes we have allocated towards it?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Don't start my time. Okay, is this on?
It's on, yes.
Okay, sorry. I will speak really, really quickly. This item is extremely important. I have multiple Zooms that I participate in this week that are all over the state, and they pertain to housing issues, state laws with housing, and we have people from San Diego up to Shasta, Humboldt, et cetera. And I have heard ruminations about issues about Parkland, so I was not surprised when this item showed up in January. And if you all weren't familiar, Post, one of the big nonprofits that purchase land, bought, I don't know if it was a Sargent Ranch, but they just bought a huge piece of property that is going to be a gateway between San Jose and Santa Cruz. We want this to continue. We need more breathing room. And I have seen so many threats to Parkland that we have. The developer, I'm sorry, I'm not going to blame the developers, but the Wienerbills, all of them are trying to not have Parkland. And I think that that is a really, really bad plan. And we need to make sure that everything that we have in this city that is going to be a park is locked down. Also, I'm concerned about Cali Mill, Franco, and the Main Street property. We don't own them, but they could be built on. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. Next, we have Jean Bedord. Welcome, Jean.
Good evening. My name is Jean Bedord, and I am a Cupertino resident. I'm speaking tonight to urge you to vote no on this ballot measure. It would be a waste of taxpayer money to move forward on this item. Our parklands are already protected by state laws. The city does not need to provide an additional level of questionable protection, particularly when this ballot measure would cost over $300,000 with no immediate benefit to our residents. While I agree with the public comment urging zoning modifications for some of our parkland, this can be done with a separate zoning cleanup in the future. There's no need whatsoever to move forward with a very expensive ballot measure. This council has two priorities. The first is funding for our public safety officers. The second is the no net loss noncompliance, the next agenda item. This funding is much higher priority than this ballot measure. I urge council to be fiscally responsible and vote no on this item. Don't waste residents' money on this ballot measure. It makes no sense in this fiscally challenged time. Thank you.
Thank you, Jean. Next, we have Peggy Griffin. Welcome, Peggy.
Hi, can I use the overhead?
Yes.
Okay. Good evening, council, staff. I'm in favor of doing this. Definitely for everything Parkland. I'm not sure about the facilities. I would prefer facilities included, but that could get a little dicey. First, I'd like this cleanup, if you could show. Okay, this is Creekside Park, and
It's
it
really-
used to be Creekside Elementary, and so it still has residual elementary school zoning and land use. So that needs to be fixed.
So, sorry, Peggy, it's really frozen, or, sorry, blurry, so we're going to pause your time for a second.
I'm not getting any focus on it. Sorry. I'm sorry. I'm not sure why it's out of zoom, out of focus. Never seen it out of focus. So. Might be something. I could try to do it on
That's
that.
how you do it. I think it just taps the screen.
I used to have it.
There,
Okay.
perfect.
All right, thank you. They'll need it later anyway. Creekside Park, cleanup. Franco Park, cleanup. Library Field, break it up into 2 parcels, change it to PR, both the land use and the zoning. Also, remember that we have Torrey Avenue. It's not even zoned right as a city facility that needs to be fixed. And if you can, include facilities and parks. Thank you.
Thank you, Peggy. Next, Mayor, we will move to the request to speak virtually. I see one hand raised. Welcome, San.
Good evening, Mayor Moore, council members. I'm a planning commissioner speaking on behalf of myself only. I urge you to vote for the parkland ballot measure. I further urge you to expand the parkland ballot measure to term it as parkland and recreational facilities at a minimum, or to go even further and term it as parkland, recreational, and city facilities. At a minimum, it must include the Cupertino Sports Center and the Blackberry Farm Golf Course. We've already seen what transpired with the Cupertino Sports Center in 2023, if not for the votes of our current mayor, Kitty Moore, our last year's mayor, Liang Chow, and our prior late mayor, Hung Wei, that Cupertino Sports Center would have been gone by now. So I urge you to please include the sports center. I urge you to also make sure that the ballot measure is worded to require a vote of not just 2/3 of council, but also 2/3 of residents. So let's have a dual safeguard for this. This is an extremely important thing. Finally, for all of those saying that there are state laws, we're seeing how well the state laws work in favor of residents when we're trying to vacate a public right-of-way. If the city wants to do something, it will happen. And therefore, let's not leave it to a 3-2 majority. Please change the majority to 2/3. Please change it to require a vote and follow the footsteps of Milpitas and I believe it's Santa Clara or another city there. But thank you for acting on this today.
Thank you, San. Mayor, that concludes the request to speak on this item.
All right, thank you very much. Bringing it back to council, I'd kind of like to take a straw poll to get a sense for, because of the length of time that we have is so brief, that if we have general support towards this potential ballot measure amongst the council members at this time. So would the council members please indicate if you are in support of this at this time, and then we can have some further deliberations and questions about it. So I'm in favor of it. Vice Mayor.
I think the state law does provide some protection, but the protection is limited a lot of times by the council majority. And as the example we have seen in Mary Avenue, even when there is a strong resistance from the community, but if there is a council majority to support vacate of city property or even sale of a land, it could still happen. So I think it makes sense if we can provide stronger, maybe like a supermajority support to make sure any such change is really have stronger support by the council.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Fruin?
So under current state law, any member of the public could trigger via objection the requirement of an election. So I think it's a very different process from the Surplus Land Act declarations or the vacation of a public right-of-way. I am concerned about the amount of cost given what our budget outlook looks like. At a minimum, if we do proceed with this, given that I expect that it would be rather popular just as a general concept, I don't know that we need to proceed with things like polling. That seems like a waste of money. So to the extent that we can constrain the cost of it, I think that's valuable. And to look at whether we could have a new sui generis zoning designation for recreational facilities that would also then allow us to adopt the same framework. Like I said, I have some trepidation about the cost just given where we are, and I think that we could also solve that with a rezoning.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Mohan?
Yeah. Thank you, Mayor. While I would oppose any conversion of parkland to any other use in concept, I think in this case there are enough guardrails to make sure that this process is difficult to do, if not impossible. My other consideration is, yours was like a two-part question. Do you support this at this time? And I say, in general, I do support it, but not at this time. I don't see any imminent threat of any conversion. I don't see any issue related to this sort of percolating. And I don't think this is the right time because, as the staff report indicates, it costs about $350,000 to get this right, to put it on the ballot and so on. So I'm not sure there's any urgency in doing this at this time.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Wong?
I would only support this measure if we included the facilities. Now is the time to do something. It's not the time to waste. We shouldn't wait till another point in time to try to save land, parkland. This is like the same issue we had when we had retail. Not saving retail in advance has been a detriment to our sales tax revenue. Not saving this parkland is a detriment to our future quality of life. As land becomes more scarce, we've got to take the foresight and have the foresight to protect those lands and protect that quality of life for our residents. So if you include the facilities in there, you'll have my support.
Okay, thank you. So it looks like we have 3 council members who are generally in support of it. We have a 4th that is insisting that facilities be included, and then our 5th council member is not quite ready at this time. Would that be an adequate summation? Councilmember Fruin?
So that sounds like a reasonable summation. I would just say one way or the other that correcting the zoning seems like it would be a good thing to do, even if we weren't to proceed, and that would be a mechanism by which a number of sites could enjoy state law protections that our regular parklands currently enjoy.
Thank you. I agree. Madam City Attorney, how can we move that, the zoning corrections item, onto our agenda?
I think you could direct staff to bring something back on that front.
Okay. So that, I believe that is our direction? Or, yeah.
Through
Councilmember
the
Fruin?
mayor?
Yes. Councilmember Wong?
Through the mayor, are we rescinding the idea of a ballot measure here?
No, we're beginning with, we would like to have the zoning corrections made because if you look at all of the parkland sites throughout the city, you'll see that some, like the Monte Vista Rec Center, it includes the structures as well as the parkland around it. When you get over to Creekside Park, that one's a little bit unusual, whereas only part of the whole complex is designated parkland only. The building's not included in it, so we have some inconsistencies about that. So this would be a way that we can correct that, and that all of our facilities are using the same consistent zoning. Councilmember.
Okay, so to be clear, we're cleaning up the designations.
First part.
We're also proposing a ballot measure at some point in time. Is there a deadline as to when we have to propose this ballot measure by?
Yes. Would staff care to answer that?
Yeah, so at this time, we would pursue the consultant to provide more definite deadlines. And so as there's a handful in June and in July that we would have to return to council to refine some of those, in August, and refine the language in the ballot before it's sent to council, to the county for their approval. But before then, will be several check-in points to develop that language, have council buy-in, and then also to your point, Councilmember Fruin, we can refine what the consultant will be performing, whether not to pursue polling and just move into community outreach.
Right, and for instance, if you would like to do some research, Measure K 2016 from Milpitas was very simply written, which I think makes it a lot easier for people at the polls. They had a very simply written parkland ballot measure, and it passed, it was like 85%, is that correct? It was very successful.
85%.
Yeah, so I agree and really appreciate the idea to reduce the polling on this one and try to have cost-saving measures. I think that's really smart. Vice Mayor.
Yeah, so the total cost estimate is 300,000, and if we don't need to do the polling, how much will be what's the cost just to put it on the ballot? I think it was.
The county cost is estimated at 150.
Yeah.
So that's essentially the floor. The consultant, depending on how much outreach we want them to perform, obviously the height or the ceiling there would be up to $200,000. But I don't see it if we want to forego polling, which is the more costly bit, or the outreach. If we're going to be sending out postcards and whatnot, the postage is quite expensive. So if we can limit what outreach we perform and how we perform that, we can drastically decrease the cost.
Okay.
In addition, maybe I could just add that the parkland measure is much more straightforward from a legal perspective as well, as opposed to a revenue ordinance, a revenue measure of some kind. So I think whatever our estimate was on the legal fees, it would be substantially lower.
Yeah, and I would like to say that from having participated in city council things since 2015, then we realized that whenever every time it feels like the council is not going to do anything right away, but by the time the community finds out there is going to be something happening, it's almost always too late. So the argument that there is not an imminent threat, well, as long as it's possible, then there could, by the time we find out the community doesn't have enough voice that's represented by the council, is often too late. And the 5 council members, every election, every 2 years, it changes. So does it always represent the entire community? it's hard to say at any point of time. So I do support that. We want to be sure the voice of the voters always have a control on the land, the permanent property the city owns. And the cost in the long-term run is not really that much.
Okay, thank you. So within the staff report, if council elects to proceed, staff will return with a recommended scope of work for consultant services, a proposed budget appropriation, a detailed work plan and timeline outlining polling. So we are considering not having the polling, so that would be within that. Outreach, ballot language development, and required council actions, along with, I'd like some language regarding if we were to include facilities and if that would cause the ballot measure to not pass if it's written. We need to see how it's written and if it causes any issues with that. So that seems pretty clear. Councilmember Mohan?
I wanted to repeat, Mayor, that there doesn't seem to be any urgency to do this. Why do we have to put it on the ballot measure this November? In anticipation of sort of problems that may come up. We have enough challenges as it is, and we have a budget problem. And it's not just the budget; it's staff time and everyone else's time. We have several things that we need to resolve this fiscal year, and to put something like this. While I'm not opposed to, like I said, not converting parkland to any other use, there just doesn't seem to be any urgency to do this year. Thank you.
All right, Anne, thank you. And for me, it's really the reign of state laws that we've had, and we have had so many things changed in the past few years that I do think that we do need to rely on our own local rules as much as possible. So this will help address that. So we're coming in a little bit behind on this item. Should we have a vote on our direction?
Through the mayor, real quick.
Yes, Councilmember Wong?
I just want to point out that it's really important for us to put something like this on the ballot now in advance. It's forethought. We had a situation where we almost lost the Cupertino Sports Center, and I remember Councilmember Mohan helping to save that. And I think these things can happen at any point in time. So it's very important that we do put this on the ballot measure, even if it doesn't seem like it's imminent or at this point, because $150,000 to $300,000 versus losing valuable parkland we could never purchase again in the millions of dollars per acre is a very small investment.
Okay, thank you. Vice Mayor?
Yeah. I think this should have been probably included in the staff report presentation, but I'm quoting from the staff report. Both Milpitas and the Santa Clara now requires a 2/3 vote of the electorate to permit the transition of parkland within their city to non-park uses. Moreover, neither process requires an initial public protest to an already formulated city council action, which is also a requirement under the current state law. So the so-called guardrail that currently exists in the state law does allow a public member to protest if a council decides to transition parkland, but so that this measure will be put on the ballot. However, once it's put on the ballot, it only requires a simple majority. And if we model this after Milpitas, such transition of land would require 2/3 majority of the electorate, not just the council. So it really gives the power to the electorate, and it does not require a public protest in order to put it on the ballot. So, and then this makes this entire process more transparent, and so that we really have public engagement. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Fruin.
Yeah, just for the record, since there seems to be some confusion both in the public and on council, that when the matter of the sports center came to council, the vote to exclude the sports center and any sort of move on it was unanimous.
All right, thank you. And I believe that concludes item 1 and that staff has adequate direction from the council. All right,
Yes, Mayor.
okay, thank you. So next we move on to our study session. Item 2, it's with regards to options related to the no net loss law, SB 166. Madam City Manager, do we have a staff report?
Thank you, Mayor. We do have a staff report, and we also have a presentation. So this item focuses on the issue of no net loss related to the city's recent housing element update. And staff also issued an info memo about a month ago on this topic, and tonight's discussion is a follow-up on that. I will now turn it over to Ben Fu, Director of Community Development, and Luke Connolly, Assistant Director of Community Development, to provide the presentation.
Okay, thank you, City Manager, and good evening, Mayor and Council members. I'll try to jump into this. Not sure if my screen is showing up yet, but in any event, we do have a kind of brief, high overview presentation of the topic. I don't know, I'm assuming this should be up on the screen. It doesn't appear to be. Okay, there we go. Thank you. So the topic tonight, we've got the familiar housing element logo back before you, which you've seen a lot of, but tonight specifically we're talking about the issue of no net loss, which we'll get into in more detail. But what that essentially refers to is a situation where your housing element capacity is no longer adequate for each income category. So with that, we can now get into this. Tonight I want to provide a little bit of background on the housing element. I'm sure many people here are familiar with it, so we can go over that fairly quickly, but I think it's important to touch on that again. And the no net loss issue in particular related to the housing element, we're really talking about housing sites and density. It's more of a numbers exercise and an affordability exercise. It's not something that's really dealing with strategies or policy. We'll then go over an overview of no net loss itself, what it's intended to do, how long it's been around, and some strategies for the city to correct this situation that we're now in with no net loss. And we can then end on somewhat related to strategies is some budget considerations going forward to address the issue. Okay, so some background on the housing element. We can go through this, but what this timeline shows really is we spent a lot of work in about 3 years going through the 6th cycle housing element update, as many of you know. Began in late 2021. The first 8 months of 2022, we had a number of public meetings before the City Planning Commission, Housing Commission, and the City Council, which resulted in the identification of sites by the end of August. We then spent February 2023, we submitted our first draft to HCD, which is the State Oversight Agency for Housing Law, and spent much of 2023 and the first part of 2024 completing our housing element. I think it was the first week of April, we received notice from HCD that our housing element was adequate under state law once we completed the necessary upzoning, creating the housing capacity necessary to meet our RHNA. And that's kind of the focus of what we're talking about tonight. May of 2024, the City Council adopted the housing element. In July, the upzoning was completed, and the first week of September, we received notice from the Housing and Community Development Department that our housing element was in compliance with state law. So when we're talking tonight about what the housing sites and capacity look like, it's kind of that date and time in September that we start from, is when our housing element was certified. The top date is wrong there. It should be 2023 to 2031, but in any event, what we ended up with on our approved housing element is we have 58 individual properties that made up our housing sites inventory. Many of those were adjacent to each other, so it came out to more like 35, 36 actual development sites. This was a huge increase over the previous housing cycle that Cupertino had gone through, specifically because our RHNA was over 4 times as high. The second bullet on this slide, I think, shows where things really departed. Is Cupertino, like much of Santa Clara County, had a much more suburban character. With this housing element cycle, to meet the large RHNA we had, nearly 70%, or 40 of the 58 properties, had a minimum density of 50 units per acre. So it's a significant increase over what you typically think of in a suburban community. 15 of the other sites were in the 20 to 35 range, which was really targeting townhome density. And by far, townhome has been the housing type of preference and really almost exclusively what we're seeing activity in this city. So that really leaves, of the 58 sites, only 3 were still at a suburban type of density and were smaller sites. So this was a big change for the city, as it was with others in the Bay Area. The last bullet is something I don't think we spent a lot of time going through on the housing element, but the sites were fairly equally divided between mixed-use sites where you could have commercial development along with housing, and a little over half were residential-only sites. And the reason I want to point this out is in HCD's determination, mixed-use sites were assumed to be built out at 75% of their maximum capacity, whereas 100% residential sites were assumed to build out at 95%. So this assumption was, if you had a site zoned R3 or R4, it's probably going to build out to the maximum allowed. Now that doesn't factor in a density bonus, but those were the divisions that went into determining what would be anticipated to build out. And I think it's important to note in the housing element, a lot of this is best guess and estimating. So, but that was a factor in determining what unit count we would think we would get on each site. Okay, to now touch on the sites inventory. This is probably the most familiar slide to anybody who sat through the housing element meetings. And essentially that total number at the bottom is the RHNA that was assigned to the city of Cupertino, 4,588 units. Again, it was over 4 times the increase we went through in the previous housing cycle. I think that number really caught a lot of people's attention, and rightfully so. But also the other thing to note, Cupertino, like most of the developed parts of the Bay Area, over 57% of the units identified were in affordable categories, either very low, low, or moderate income. And the important thing to note about that is most communities have BMR requirements that max out at around 20%. Cupertino is in that category as well. For ownership units, you have 20% moderate income requirement. For rental, it's 5% less at 15. So this becomes kind of one of the key tensions in the total number of units is really, how do you reach the affordability goals when your BMR can't come anywhere near what your RHNA is requiring? The note below is something we also talked a lot about going through the housing element update, of the idea of having a buffer or a percentage in addition to those units. This is not required by HCD. It is strongly recommended, and it's recommended for the reason we're going to be talking about tonight related to no net loss. The recommended buffer was in the 15 to 30% range, and if you looked at the total number of units the city approved, we met that. We had a buffer of about 28%. But where the issue really lies is in looking at these figures, you should sort of think of each income category as its own RHNA, because the units aren't necessarily transferable or meant to be dealt with as a whole. So we get into that with the next slide. Okay, so the top row is what I just showed. That was the city's RHNA. It comes out to 4588 on the right-hand side. The total capacity is our housing element. That's what was certified by HCD in September. So looking at the total number, that 5881, we exceeded our RHNA with a 28% buffer, which is right where you would like to be. Where the issue comes in is when you look at it by income category. So for purposes of the discussion and the way the housing element is classified, low and very low are seen in one category. You can see our capacity there. We have a surplus of 157 units. For moderate, we had 92 units, whereas above moderate or market rate, we were well over, at over 1,000 unit surplus. So that 28% buffer, if you look at it per category, low comes out to about 8%, moderate about 12%, whereas above moderate is well over 50%. So that's one of the issues why we find ourselves in the no net loss situation right now, is because the low and moderate categories had a very narrow margin. One other factor with this, and I think some of you may remember, was in May of 2024, as we were taking the housing element for council approval, we had a request from a property owner to remove 4 sites that were very high density. So that took 372 units in addition we would have had, with well over half of those in the low and moderate income category. So this was made days before the council's consideration, and that took what was a low surplus in the low and moderate categories and reduced it further. Okay, so now we'll talk about no net loss itself and Senate Bill 166. No net loss goes back over 20 years. It was adopted by the state legislature in 2002. And the intent is always to have that your housing capacity identified in your housing element doesn't dip below what you're saying you can provide. It's really a capacity issue, which is what housing elements have always been about. And it's really intended for cities to maintain that, so you're not approving lower density development or even commercial development on housing sites when it was intended to provide housing per your housing element. A change, like many of the housing laws that gave this legislation more teeth, came in 2017 with SB 166. What SB 166 did is it treats your housing element sites more like a living document. It's an ongoing thing where if you're approving development on those sites, you need to be looking at, do you still have the capacity for each income category? And if not, then you need to do something about that. So essentially what's happened with the housing element is you now have more of a living document. It's not something you update every 8 years, take it off the shelf and update it again. You have annual reporting, which will also be coming to you soon. And along with bills like SB 166, this is something that's involved in your day-to-day decision making. So you're really doing a lot of tracking and having to be accountable to state agencies overseeing housing. So what must cities do to comply if they are in a no net loss situation? You essentially need to make findings, which is something we have been doing with our housing projects that have been coming forward to Planning Commission and City Council lately. And you need to quantify what the remaining levels are in your housing element when you make that finding. Do you have an adequate supply or do you not? If a shortfall in any income category is found, you then either concurrently or within 180 days, essentially 180 days, you need to identify new housing element sites and or upzone existing housing element sites that you may have. Now that second bullet gets tougher for Cupertino since 70% of our housing element sites are already at a 50 unit per acre minimum or higher. One other word, and we'll touch a little bit more on it, the 180 days, that began for us the end of last year in mid-December. And I would have to say the consensus of being able to identify and rezone sites in 180 days is pretty much next to impossible for any city. But I think the state's intent is that when you find yourself in this situation, it's something that you need to start correcting as quickly as possible. Why did Cupertino get this deficit? Well, one of the reasons, in addition to not having a large buffer for low and moderate income, is we have gotten a lot of housing development. The 3 years we were working on the housing element, we didn't have very many applications. Since 2024, we have now over 15 housing applications. So in a sense, we've ended up in this situation because we've had housing come in and we've been approving projects, which alters what was forecasted by the housing element. The reason for this is we had some sites that had submitted preliminary applications under SB 330. That essentially allows you to lock in lower density. So where we had sites in the housing element identified at 50 or 65 units minimum per acre, developers could lock in, say, 20 for townhome developments. So this created, an obvious shortfall in total units and affordability. The second bullet, again, the BMR requirements is sort of an ongoing issue where your RENA is requiring over half your units to be affordable, but your BMR will not allow you to do that. You can't really exceed 20 without having the state focus on why you would be exceeding 20%. So that's not unique to Cupertino, but it's an issue. Even another issue we have is that where there's a density range, say at the townhome level, of 20 to 35 units per acre, the level we typically see them coming in at is right at 20. So even where you have projects that are compliant with the housing element, not coming in under SB 330, they tend to be at the lowest edge of the development range. And we only have one project, which we noted in the last bullet, on a housing element site, that is coming in, that is using a density bonus and actually providing a significant number of density bonus units. So that's kind of the one anomaly where we're getting much more than expected. We do have other sites, such as the Mary Avenue project, which met exactly what was required in the housing element. And we have one other site with the teacher housing, location north of Valco, that similarly should come in right on point. But in general, most of the townhome development, which is the vast majority of what we get, we tend to be losing total units, and the number of affordable units is less than projected. The last point, pipeline projects, just to cover that again, those were projects identified in the housing element that had already been approved but not built. The most significant site by far in terms of housing numbers was Valco, or the Rise, which initially had a little over 2,400 units, 50% of them being in the low income category. Through subsequent modifications, one being approved recently, the number of units, for instance, just dropped from 890 low income units to 356. So it isn't just pending development projects, but because this was a significant pipeline project, and Cupertino was very reliant on pipeline projects. We had over 2,600 units. Excuse my voice. That also has put us in the low income category, and it has worsened our no net loss situation. Okay, so the current status, as I said, we found ourselves in a no net loss situation in the middle of December, just in the moderate income category. Currently now, in particular with the recent Valco modification, we are in a situation where both low and moderate, we cannot make the finding. So as I said also, we have 180 days per state law to correct this. That is not a date that we're going to be able to make, but as I said, this is something that the city does need to address as soon as possible. Okay, so this kind of daunting looking table, I can just walk you through this. The first row again is our RENA that shows the total on the right. The second row is what our housing element had. Again, we looked at that in an earlier slide. And the third row is the surplus we had anticipated, which we've also seen. The next two rows focus on projects we have already taken in action. So the fourth row is what the housing element was forecasting we would get, and the fifth row is what we actually got. So that results in the fifth column, where you can see there is a deficit of 327 in the low category and 22 in the moderate. Even our above moderate went from a little over 1,000 units to now a little over 800, but that's still a significant buffer. But I think this illustrates right now we have that issue in both the low and moderate category. And it's, again, largely based on because our housing element went from this thing frozen in time to where we've now actually had development that we have approved. That in addition to the Valco modification. So it's essentially, we've adjusted to the realities of the market with what's getting approved. Okay, the timeline, again, we had 180 days from the middle of December, which would be the middle of June, to actually correct this. One of the issues with that is that you would not only have to find the sites, you would have to rezone them. Rezoning is a legislative act that would require going to the Planning Commission and approval by the City Council. And this is what we're talking about really is an amendment to our housing element or a general plan amendment, which is not exempt from CEQA. So really the major variables that affect the timeline, as quickly as you want to move on this, we do have issues like community outreach and noticing, which is always a big concern on a project like this, that people are made aware of what's happening, which sites are being affected. And also any project subject to CEQA, CEQA is pretty much your critical path. You can only go as fast as your CEQA process. Right now, it's uncertain what path we would take. This could probably be anything from an addendum to the existing general plan EIR to a standalone EIR. So we're looking at timelines that are probably more like a year to a year plus based on that. We're in the really early stages, so I don't want to throw out any hard dates because there's no way I can guarantee those. Strategies to come up with how we find the additional capacity in additional housing sites. I think the most basic one would be to focus on what we really did in the first place, would be to identify sites that come in at a higher density, say 50 dwelling units per acre or more, and look at sites along major transportation corridors. We had Assembly Bill 2011 went into effect in 2023. The city has never received an application under that bill. What that bill did, as a refresher, was allow housing development on commercially zoned sites at densities tied to the corridor capacity. Could be either 40 or 60 units per acre. The reason that has been infrequently used is because of all the conditions that came with it and other conditions in terms of the labor involved that was going to increase costs of construction. So Cupertino has never gotten an AB 2011 project, but the goal of trying to put higher densities along the corridors just makes a lot more sense for the city to be able to comply with its RENA. The other thing having more dense developments along the corridors does is it keeps development out of neighborhoods. I think we have seen so far in the last year and a half is that where we've had development in neighborhoods, which even at a townhome density, it has tended to get a fair amount of opposition, and the unit count is invariably going to be lower for townhomes. So that would be another reason to try to keep development along the main corridors. It also just requires fewer sites. Higher density means less acreage. Another upside is where we can get development that, say, are going to be modest size or smaller apartments. We have a much greater ability to claim those units as affordable as either low or moderate income. Right now, with a typical townhome development, you're looking at 2,000 or more square feet, often 3 and 4 bedrooms, which pretty much means anything that is not a required BMR, one of the 20%, the city is not going to be able to justify that it qualifies as an affordable unit. We would, on the other hand, if we were to get development that's higher density with smaller units, be able to say they're affordable by design. Whether they're restricted outright through a deed, you can make the argument, certainly by justifying the rents, that these units would qualify. So we're not always having a deficit happen each time we approve a project. One other issue citywide that we're aware of is by putting more development along commercial corridors, this could impact existing commercial centers. So this could be an opportunity to identify commercial centers where you want to retain the retail component. It would be the one time to do it, since we're going to be going through a rezoning action in order to address no net loss. We could fold that into the process as well. This was a map we're just recycling from looking at what was eligible under AB 2011. The sites shown in black were housing element sites, with the exception of the one in the upper right-hand corner, which is the Hamptons, which is not. But the sites shown in gray would all be potential sites that could be upzoned. I'm not saying all of them, but looking at those areas rather than going into the city's neighborhoods may be a better approach to being able to identify sites. And the last topic before I end is just looking at the budget. The current estimate to do this amendment to the housing element to address no net loss is running about $350,000 to $500,000, the majority of which would be costs related to CEQA. And again, the reason there's a range is because the CEQA process itself could vary, which is essentially going to have a longer process that's more labor intensive. And we are looking at what other options there may be to cover this cost. We're just not sure what there may be now, but the cost estimate itself within that range is what's looking to be pretty realistic at this time. And with that, I do not have anything in addition. So we don't have anything on that says questions or feedback, but I'm sure you have a lot of both. So I'm happy to try to address them as they come up.
All right, thank you, Luke. So this, we never had a discussion about no net loss before, even though this law has been in place since 2017, because it was being based off our prior RENA numbers.
Correct. I think some of the slides we had on the housing element, we did reference no net loss. But I think with all the other information that was in there, I think when we were discussing why it was important to have a buffer, we had cited Senate Bill 166 and that being a factor. So it was in there. I just think so much of 2023 and 24 with the housing element being late, the goal was to get it certified. And this is sort of a post-certification problem. I think it's one that we thought we were going to have to deal with at some point. It's just happened a lot sooner because the city has received a lot of development applications and several of those have already gone to hearing and been approved.
Okay, thank you. Could you please repeat like a map of strategies before we get into our clarifying questions?
Yeah, I think overall, let me try to get back. What we've looked at is, again, if you do higher density, most of the sites in the housing element, again, 70% of them were 50 units or more per acre. I think sticking with that strategy or almost going exclusively with higher density sites, it enables you to get that density along the major corridors. You have more of your transportation network with what that is in this area. You have more of that there to support higher density housing. It also just involves less land. It avoids having to try to consider putting higher density out into what may be single family neighborhoods where it's likely to get considerably more opposition. I think it just overall expedites the process. So much of the state laws and the regional planning has looked at streamlining and expediting development along major corridors as well. So in terms of like VMT, we know most of like adding housing along major corridors, you don't have a VMT impact, which could occur the further you get off those corridors. But in a sense, yeah, I think it is more palatable to the community and something we can do more quickly and is a more efficient use of land, frankly. And we may get more affordable units out of the higher density than what we're seeing at the typical townhome development.
Okay, so what happens if some of these projects that use the SB 330 mechanism, if they withdraw that and they come back and say, well, our market conditions have changed and we actually are able to make the higher density work? Then we would have gone through this exercise for nothing. Is that accurate?
It could be, but unfortunately we have the law to deal with, and in a 180-day time frame. My conversations with people who do work on housing elements have all pretty much said 180 days is an unrealistic time frame, but to not address the no net loss situation at some point in time, you have to address it because it's a state law as it relates to housing elements.
Okay, and it seems like it's going to run into our next housing element, which we'll be looking at in how long before we start the next one. And are you anticipating a ridiculous set of numbers to be thrown our way again?
Your last question, I hope not, because the capacity is kind of reaching what it is. It was difficult enough this time. Since the next cycle is going to run 2031, we would probably want to start that no later than 2029, possibly 2028, in terms of looking at the seventh cycle. I honestly can't guess what the numbers are going to be. I've heard different things.
Okay. Make sure we get a consultant early and beat the rush. All right. Okay, I've spoken long enough on this item. Do we have any council clarifying questions on this? We are up at 6:30 at this time, and we need to be wrapped up by 6:45 for the regular session. Councilmember Fruin, I see you have your hand raised.
Yeah, so just a couple things to start off here. I wanted to caution that though you could certainly see a situation where someone has an existing application that's been approved at a lower density, even if that person were to come back with a new application on the same site, HCD and the statutes themselves presume a certain affordability level based upon the density that you have ascribed to the property. So despite that fact, when that project actually comes forward, it probably won't match the affordability level that the law is presuming. So you're still likely to wind up in this situation. It's one of the points of disconnect between the planning process inside the housing element and what we can require in inclusionary and what might be realistic to expect from just 100% affordable housing production. So, with that, it only underscores the importance of the buffer. It's one of the reasons why I've long advocated for a much larger one, because you don't want to wind up in this situation. And I would hate for us to be repeating this process again, so I think that we should be mindful of that so that we're not back here once more fairly soon. Has anyone on staff also given consideration to, given that we are concerned about retention of retail, the new commune DTLA LLC decision that basically says you can't use an overlay?
I've not considered that as yet. I mostly wanted to put that out there because I know the retail discussion has been sort of on the horizon.
Yeah.
And as we look at commercial sites, I think, as you know, most of our commercial properties right now, a lot of them allow commercial or residential development. So that exercise would be largely taking the res off the zoning.
Yeah, and we don't know what kind of objections we'll get to that. You could still have an overlay for it, but you wouldn't be able to count it toward the housing element. That's really the only problem.
Right.
However, if a project came forward, obviously that's going to be counted in our APR.
Right, and I should say of the numbers we showed too, is we have approved a number of developments on non-housing element sites. And one approved and one pending includes a housing element site and non-housing element sites that are adjacent to it. So we can get credit for those, and of course through the annual report we will, because we've approved those units. But the slides I just showed tonight were really focused just on our priority housing sites. So the picture may look a little worse, and we will get credit for those, but it's mostly to highlight we are dealing with this issue sooner than we thought.
Yeah. One of the things I just would also underscore from that same court decision is that the court did ratify that the mixed-use carve-out in the law is still viable. There is section 65583.2 sub A sub 2 of housing element law, so you can still have mixed use. It has to simply meet certain criteria. So if we are going to continue to have mixed use that are housing element sites, I would just encourage us to make sure it's meeting that standard so that we don't wind up with a problem later on.
Right. Yeah, I mean, of our housing element of when I said they were about equally divided, we actually forecasted more total units in the mixed use than in the residential only areas.
Yeah. And then just for the sake of everyone's recollection, we actually had a buffer of 37% in the fifth cycle. So we are lower on this score than what we were last time. I don't have anything else for right now.
Great. Thank you. I do have a quick question. You mentioned EIR. We don't have an EIR unless you're going back to 2014. We have environmental assessment. So what would you be amending?
It would be the 2014 EIR. The environmental assessment is, and again, I don't want to say what we've determined, I'm just in having conversations about what we could do. The environmental assessment is not something you could tier off of or do an addendum or an amendment off of, because while it looks a lot like an EIR, it's not an EIR.
Okay.
So we would have to go back to a different document.
Okay, thank you. And lastly, I'm going to go to Vice Mayor Chow and bring it up for public comment, because we are running close to our allotted time. Vice Mayor?
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the clarification that the table here only includes housing element sites, not the actual number. But what we do care about is the actual number, whether it's from housing or non-housing element sites, right? And also, many of these are because of they submitted the SB 330 application before the housing element to lock in a lower density from our previous plan. How many of those SB 330 with lower density are left? That's
How many are left? I believe they're done.
they're done, right?
Yes.
So anything that's coming in the future, supposedly they should follow the minimum density. zoned
Actually,
in
there
the
is one
housing
more. I
element.
misspoke. We do have one more pending. But yes, we are not in that situation anymore because we have a certified housing element. You couldn't lock in a lower density on a housing element site. So that is correct.
That has nothing to do with certified or not. I think SB 330 does allow them to lock in the current zoning while we are planning for the future one. It has nothing to do with whether we have certified or not.
Correct.
Yeah,
But
it's
for the
not
for the
builder's
sites that
error,
have
but-
been
yeah.
upzoned now, you would have to meet that
And
standard.
then for the Wolf Road project, which is that approved or not?
The Wolf Road teacher housing
Yeah.
is not approved.
It's not. So that's supposed to provide a lot more moderate and low income. And they have two phases. My understanding is the current phase is mostly moderate and low income. And they have a second phase that may have more low income. So how would that come into the picture? Would that help us with the numbers? Or would they just meet the density?
It would be similar to Mary Avenue because the assumption on that site was that it would be 100% income restricted to low and moderate. So we would essentially be doing what the housing element anticipated, just like Mary Avenue.
So we would just meet the
Right. Mary Avenue was 40.
expectation, not going get more
Correct.
units. So is it possible that we reach out to the county to get more units on those sites for more low income?
I would assume that project is pretty well,
This,
yeah, because we
they
had
still
had
have the second phase that's still being planned.
Vice Mayor?
Okay,
yeah, we had had
So-
conversations with them earlier about doing
Yeah,
a
it's-
more dense project.
that's okay for the,
Okay, so I'm sorry, Vice Mayor, I'm going to have to cut you off there.
Okay.
We're going to go to public comment now. We're going to limit it to 90 seconds per speaker. Do we have any public comments, Madam City Clerk?
We do. At this time, we have 3 requests to speak in person, and I see 2 hands raised virtually. So as a reminder, members of the public wishing to speak regarding an item shall submit a request to speak or raise their hand virtually within the first 9 minutes of the start of public comment, or before the public comment period is closed, whichever comes first. So we will move to in-person. Please
Hold on
welcome.
one moment.
Oh, sorry.
I would like a recommendation from the city manager and city attorney. It looks like we're not going to be able to complete this item. What do you suggest? I don't think we're going to be able to get to direction with that number of speakers.
Are you suggesting reducing the public comment period or asking if we should continue until we complete?
Continue until we complete?
I think that we should.
Okay. So I
Point of
would
order, at
also
some
like
point, I
to,
would like to
pardon, I would like to reduce the public comment to 1 minute per person. We have a very packed agenda. We need to really get moving. All right, thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor. So we will welcome Greg, followed by Jennifer Griffin, followed by Peggy Griffin. Welcome, Greg.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. My name is Greg Endem. I represent the ownership of Marina Plaza Shopping Center and the adjacent retail parcel located at 10145 North De Anza. I'm here this evening to offer comments on the staff report, as well as reiterate what I had sent in the letter to each of you today, as well as staff. The Marina ownership of Marina Plaza would request that their property be upzoned to 60 to 80 units per acre. Because I have limited amount of time, I won't go through the history of the property. There was a prior approval 2 years ago. The interest rates exploded, construction costs went up, and it doesn't make sense. So we're trying to figure out how do we do something that makes sense. We have a plan among the many that we have considered that was for 300 units. Thank you.
Thank you, Greg. Next, we have Jennifer.
I'm going to start out by saying I just noticed that Nancy Skinner wrote both SB 166 and SB 330. This woman has been out of office for 1 year. We are currently plagued with both of her bills. She wrote no net loss in 2017, which Jerry Brown signed, and then she wrote SB 330 just recently, several years ago, and we've got the 7 retail killing townhouse projects. Because they're high income projects, they're forcing us to no net loss, which Nancy Skinner wrote that bill. What the hell is, what is going on here? Weiner and Wicks wrote AB 2011, which we're plagued with too. Is this graft? What is going on? This needs to be investigated, and I don't want to spend $350K to go through no net loss. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. Next, we have Peggy Griffin. Welcome, Peggy.
Hi. Couple things. Protect the retail. Use this opportunity to do so. Limit the commercial corridors to just De Anza Boulevard and Stevens Creek. Foothill has homes on it, and so does Stelling. So that would be a big impact for those 2 streets. Think about max unit size. We've got these enormous units. If we limited the max, maybe you could get more units in. Increase the in lieu fees for the BMR, and also, I don't know if you can do this, but for owner, go from 20% to 10% if they would do all very low or something like that. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Peggy. Mayor, we'll move to the request to speak virtually. I am seeing 2 hands raised. Welcome, Lisa.
Thank you. Hello?
We can hear you.
Okay. I still saw 8 seconds on there, so I thought, okay. So yes, please protect retail. It's critical. It's been brought up more times than, well, by more people in all the housing element discussions. That was a big deal for everybody, and I'm sure that has not changed. In fact, it's probably gotten more important because we are losing retail already. And I mean, this is statewide, face it, it's not just us. It's a mess. We never should have been put in this situation. No city should have. It's so frustrating, I can't even think of my words. So now I understand why Target is probably the reason that the Target site is for sale. They're probably planning ahead to sell it to somebody that wants to get rid of retail and do however many townhouses they need to do to make themselves happy and rich. I'm babbling.
Thank you, Lisa.
Great way to end.
Next, we have San Rao.
Good evening, Mayor Moore and council members. On an item of this importance, I don't think you should be rushing this through like this. I recommend you continue the item and bring it back to a main session. What did we not learn from the previous housing element deliberations where we cut debate short, we cut community engagement short, and 1 minute is simply not enough time. Having said that, I do want to say that you should look at what other cities have done and what are strategies that can hold developers to these housing units so that they do not try and reduce their BMR units. There are things you can do, such as developer agreements or affordable housing agreements. That's something to look into. There are other things you can do around stronger ordinances that really prevent the reduction in the RENA inventory. But most importantly, I think you need to not delay on this item. We've been asking for this at the Planning Commission for 2 months now, and this really needs to be heard at the Planning Commission and rushed through. Thank you.
Thank you, Sam. Mayor, that concludes the request to speak on this. Let me double check that this one is not it. Mahesh, are you wanting to speak on this item number 2 at the special meeting or item number 2 in the regular meeting? Mahesh, are you wanting to speak on this item or a number 2 on the regular meeting? Okay, thank you. And this concludes the request to speak.
All right, thank you. I do see, Councilmember Wong, your hand has been raised.
I will keep it brief. Is that okay?
Please.
Okay. I just want to correct some assertions here. We're here because of the large numbers of the buffer and the carelessness in allowing a 4x number from the previous cycle. Let's be clear here. The market has also shown that these homes are not wanted by the public. That's why they're building townhomes instead of the Soviet-style planned economy approach that has failed. RENA is built on bad numbers. The last city council who did not advocate for lower RENA numbers put us here. This is unconstitutional, it's an unfunded mandate, and there's no due process, and there's lack of home rule. So we need to do a couple things. We need to reduce our bus line service to protect our retail areas from being upzoned and abused with transit-oriented policies. We need to challenge the RENA number methodology, and we should also consider becoming a charter city. We could also take a approach by upzoning everything to a ridiculous number that no developer can build to that number, because that's just not what the market designed. These forced plans aren't working. And I think we really need to look at those other strategies at the same time as we may consider upzoning in some areas. But this is really a result of really poor state planning. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Wong. So what we're looking for is direction to staff. And I do want to mention that there is a 27-acre property apartment complex that traded hands last year in 2025. So Rock Point Group now owns the villages. It's 110 units built in 1964. And as I said, 27 acres, and most all of it is only 2-story. So it's very, very low density currently, and it might be good to reach out to Rock Point and see if they would be interested moving forward. So the kind of direction, well, your recommended action seems to be that we look at these other sites that you've suggested. Is that correct?
Yes, just so we can get an overall strategy of what types of sites should we focus on.
Okay, so you're looking for the council to agree to look at those, and if there are other diamonds in the rough, like the villages, that might be something that can accommodate because of its size, that we would reach out if there's any others of that number of acres, perhaps, rather than holding off on that until the next RENA cycle. It might be timely to do that now. So I do see one hand raised here. Vice Mayor?
I remember that there was a property owner who reached out last year from the Bob Road because the city reached out to them last time, a few years ago. So, but then I understand that area, it's zoned for industrial. So are those sites suitable for residential should we reconsider? I see that you some of the gray area that you have marked for that map also is along Bob Road. So is that something that should be considered?
Yeah, I think the situation we were in the housing element update, it's going to be, is there interest in development? Because HCD is always going to want to know, is it feasible that this site's going to develop? So if there is owner interest, that's always a good indicator. And it's something we will be asked. The vast majority of our housing element sites this cycle had owner interest, not all of them, but most of them by far. So if there were, that's something we could look at.
So we should reach out to the property owners to find if there's any owner interest?
We should be reaching out, I think, citywide, as we did last time, to try to determine if there's owner interest. We have, in the last couple months, talked to property owners who have, we had one speaking tonight, and we've had others that have come forward to say they would be interested in having their sites upzoned, and actually would have some viable plans for development.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. So it looks like we have some interest in seeing if we can preserve retail within the city, look at what other cities have done with a similar problem, and is there any potential that we can have a maximum unit size? I think that has become kind of an issue when we're seeing things over 2,000 square feet. When you're looking at the dwelling units per acre, these can end up being enormous projects if there is no unit size requirement. So next it's Councilmember Mohan, Councilmember Fruin, and be aware that we are 6 minutes into the regular meeting. Thank you.
Right. I had a quick question for the staff. Since we do have this 180-day restriction, what would, and knowing that we cannot solve this problem in 180 days, is good intentions, is a letter outlining our strategies. Would that be satisfactory to HCD?
I think our first step would be to get a consultant on board, and we would need to have those conversations with HCD. I think the positive thing is we have been documenting in our staff reports, recognizing we are in this position. I think in the first conversations we would be having with HCD, we need to be demonstrating that we're trying to correct this. You know, my read on 180 days is like that's a next to impossible time frame for any city to meet, to actually identify and rezone sites, even outside of CEQA. And when you factor CEQA in, that's just not feasible. But I do think being in this situation, which I don't know the number of other cities that are, this is not an isolated to Cupertino incident though. You do need to show you're addressing the situation and trying to identify more sites so you don't remain in this position.
So intent may be sufficient for now.
I think so. I can never answer on behalf of a state agency, but having had to talk to HCD staff for a period of time, that's usually where these things start, is there's rules, but there's flexibility to them. But it was obviously important to point this out to council so we can start addressing the situation as soon as possible. And as with the housing element, we would very much need an experienced consultant to help us through this process expeditiously.
Thank you.
Okay, so I believe that would need to be part of our direction to staff, is that you hire a consultant to help us out, and also, of course, that you keep communicating with HCD. Councilmember Fruin?
Yeah, that was actually my next question, was what conversations to date have you had with HCD?
None as of yet.
Okay, all right. I mean, we might be able to expect HCD to forbear knowing that we're working on it, but I'll just point out that a private party could also sue the city to invalidate our housing element. So we're not completely out of the woods just because HCD is acquiescing. And then just for clarification, a larger buffer is better here than a smaller one, yes?
I think we learned that lesson
Yes.
because we're
Okay.
back tonight.
Just want to make sure that that's absolutely clear, because we don't want to be in the same position, you know, a few months down the road. I think we've got a good opportunity to fix some things on a longer-term basis.
Okay, thank you. And it may be that, you know, offline, that if we know of some other properties, that we will offer those suggestions rather than trying to come up with those at this time. So far, I'm not hearing any opposition to the direction to staff that I've laid out. Vice Mayor?
I think I support that we should limit the unit size. I think I've been saying that over the years. What we are seeing, 2-3 bedroom, that's 3,000 square foot, when there could be 1,000 square foot could comfortably fit 2 bedroom, 3 bedroom, even 4 bedroom. And so but how would that be viewed by HCD? I'm not sure. Could that be considered as BMR? But also, I think we need a smaller senior flat so that seniors could downsize within Cupertino to a smaller flat. Is it possible to have 2-bedroom senior flat with separate caretaker unit, for example, that could be considered a separate below market rate unit? Would that combination help us with the units and also provide the needs for the community? Yeah.
Right, thank you. So does staff feel like you have adequate direction on this item?
Yes, Mayor, the only thing I want to clarify is currently we have a work program item that says preserve retail, and it's very limited to the ballot measure, but I think from what I'm hearing today, you want us to look into other options as well when we come back, so thank you.
Yes, thank you. Okay, and with
I would
that.
like to add one quick thing. I would like to
yes,
add one quick
Councilmember
thing.
Wong, please.
Can we make sure that we look into how we can enforce developer agreements when these things are signed, so we're not in a situation like what just happened on the Valco property?
Is that clear?
That may be a legal question, but I will take that offline with the attorney.
Okay, thank you. With that, this special meeting of the Cupertino City Council is adjourned. Do we need a 5-minute break before the next, or we keep going? So we will then proceed with the regular meeting afterwards. Thank you. 6, I call this regular meeting of the Cupertino City Council to order. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Madam City Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Fruin,
Here.
Councilmember Mohan,
Here.
Councilmember Wong,
Here.
Vice Mayor Chow,
Here.
Mayor Moore,
Here.
and Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members, as a reminder, Councilmember Wong is participating remotely this evening. Councilmember Wong, you are in the lobby of the Omni Barton Creek Hotel and, sorry. You were in Florida this evening in the Boca Raton Resort in Boca Raton, Florida.
I am here, and there are no members.
And Councilmember Wong, are there any individuals over the age of 18 with you, and has anyone indicated to you that they intend to make public comment or address the council?
No, not at this moment.
Okay. Are you guys able to hear Councilmember Wong? Councilmember Wong, it's very faint on our end. It was fine earlier, but right now it's very faint.
Give me 1 second. How's that? Is that better?
It's a little
Is that-
bit better, but it's still pretty faint.
Okay. Let me try to see if I can change something. So,
Okay.
is that better?
So I'll rely on you this evening to notify me if any members of the public wish to speak from your location. Thank you.
Right. And just some housekeeping. You cannot block the doorways. And if you did bring a sign, you need to hold it in front of you. You may not block the view of anyone behind you or park it on city property. You need to be holding it. Thank you. Thank you. Madam City Attorney, do we have any closed session reports?
We do not have a closed session this evening, so no report. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Next, we have 2 ceremonial items. Our first is recognition of March as American Red Cross Month. Stuart Chesson, board member from the American Red Cross of Silicon Valley chapter, will receive the proclamation and provide a brief presentation. Welcome, Stuart.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, City Council on it. I have a little presentation. I think she's calling it up right now. Yes, very good. Thank you. So I want to take this, we've been doing this for 80 years. President Franklin made March Red Cross Month. And all the presidents since then have been following along, calling this Red Cross Month on that. So we really appreciate the city and helping us with this proclamation. And we're 90% volunteers, that we are always trying to help people in time of need, especially when there's disasters, whether they're near or far, and they're confused and don't know what to do. As we go to the next slide here, you can see that we have many different services throughout. Our primary is the disaster services, and then we have blood service. We're 40% of the blood supply throughout the United States. So we're always trying to get people to donate and then make sure there's a plenty blood supply for the hospitals and those in need of that. We do the CPR and first aid training and international service as well as international law, and also services the armed forces. When the service member needs to be notified in an emergency, they can contact Red Cross. We can find them and help them out on that. We go to a house fire 1 every 8 minutes somewhere in the United States. That is our most frequent disaster. And people are just confused and don't know what to do. We're there to help comfort them and then maybe give immediate assistance if we can. And then on the next slide, we can see that these are some of the things that we've done. We're 1 in 7 people who are in the hospital needs blood, and so that's why the supply of blood is so important there. And 90% of our activities are by volunteers. So we're always looking for volunteers on that. And as we go to the next, oh, that's great, slide there, we responded to 109 disasters here in Santa Clara County. And we've had over 18,000 blood donations, and we've given over 1,700 referrals and assistance to military members, and we've involved over 2,000 people. We have about 180 people that are volunteering for Red Cross in the city of Cupertino. And as we go to the next slide on that, thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Stuart, and the dedicated team at the American Red Cross. And you heard him, please volunteer. Thank you to the 180 volunteers in Cupertino. And will the council please join me presenting the proclamation to Stuart and have a photograph together? Thank you. We'll have to figure that out. Mission to care for people in need and alleviate human suffering in the face of emergencies. I, Mayor Kitty Moore, and the entire Cupertino City Council do hereby proclaim this month of March in the city of Cupertino as American Red Cross Month. That brings us to our next ceremonial item. Our next item is recognition of March as Youth Art Month. Sophia Fojas, Arts Coordinator from Santa Clara County Office of Education, will receive the proclamation and provide brief comments. Welcome, Sophia.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Moore and members of the Cupertino City Council. Thank you for supporting arts education in our schools by presenting Youth Arts Month proclamation tonight. I'm Dr. Sophia Fojas, the Arts Coordinator for the Santa Clara County Office of Education, and I lead Artspiration, SCCOE's Arts Initiative. I support districts implementing a comprehensive arts education, co-manage the Arts Ed Connect grant to teachers with SV Creates, and also conduct the Young Artist Showcase every year. This month, on March 7th, this Saturday, SCCOE and SV Creates will be partnering on the first ever Arts Education Resource Fair at Raft, and we'll have a panel discussion about Prop 28, or Arts and Music in Schools, an Arts Ed Connect grantee panel discussion, and a hands-on session with Armando Castellano from Quinteto Latino. So, and then coming up on March 20th, a bit earlier this year, is our 4th annual Vivo Mariachi Showcase at the Mexican Heritage Plaza Theater, a celebration of Mexican music and dance of youth groups from our local school districts. And on behalf of the Santa Clara County Office of Education, and as a former public school music student myself, thank you for recognizing March as Youth Arts Month in Cupertino.
Thank you so much, Sophia. So we have some We have some special guests here this evening from the 2025 Young Artist, Emerging Artist, and Distinguished Artist Award winners. And we have the Chair Wang, and Vice Chair Rora of the Arts and Culture Commission that are joined us here this evening and will join us for the proclamation and the photographs. So we have Platinum Award winner Cushy, Silver Award winner Ling Shan, Gold Award winner Ivy, Gold winner Iris, who will join us on the dais. So Council, please join me as we present the proclamation to Sophia and take a photograph with the young artists and the Arts and Culture Commission Chair and Vice Chair. And we've asked our award winners if they will bring their award-winning art pieces to share. So this is a special treat. Okay, thank you. So for our proclamation, each March, art education is celebrated in local schools, school districts, community arts organizations, and larger communities to increase support, understanding, and interest in art education. And I added a whereas to this proclamation this year. And whereas engagement in the art significantly contributes to the mental health and social-emotional development of our youth, offering valuable pathways for self-expression, stress reduction, and the building of personal confidence. I, Mayor Kitty Moore, and the Cupertino City Council do hereby proclaim this month of March in the city of Cupertino as Youth Arts Month. Congratulations. Thank you.
Tina, I'm going to have you over here. Just even it out a little bit. There we go. Councilmember, we want to move it a little bit. Whoop. No, you go back. Yeah, you go that way. There we go. Perfect. And then you kind of move. Yeah, there we go. Just so I can see it. There you go. Perfect. Get up here a little bit. One more for fun. Just make sure I can see that. All right, sweetie. Can you tilt that thing? Yeah.
Okay, now we move on to postponements and orders of the day. Madam City Clerk, do we have any postponements and orders of the day?
Mayor, we do have an item for postponements on the agenda this evening.
Okay, so we would, I would move to continue this item 3, an update to the ATP to a future meeting date. And do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, a second from Councilmember Mohan. Madam City Clerk, will you please conduct the roll call vote?
Councilmember Fruin?
Aye.
Councilmember Mohan?
Yes.
Councilmember Wong?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Chow?
Aye.
Mayor Moore?
Aye.
The motion carries unanimously.
Right, thank you. Our next item is oral communications. Oral communications is for items not on the agenda. Madam City Clerk, do we have any members of the public who would like to speak on an item not on the agenda?
Mayor, I do see several requests to speak for oral communications.
Okay, given that we are already several minutes behind schedule, did you have a complete tally of those speaker cards?
I'm seeing one request in person and 4 hands raised virtually. So 15 minutes?
2 minutes? Yeah. 2 minutes? May we limit it to 2 minutes, for
minutes?
this
Okay.
item? Okay.
So this portion of the meeting is reserved for persons wishing to address the council on any matter within the jurisdiction of the council and not on the agenda for discussion. Oral communication shall be limited to 30 minutes. Additional speakers wishing to comment on non-agenda items may be given time to speak at the end of the agenda after the city manager's report. Individual speakers are limited to 3 minutes, as tonight will be limited to 2 minutes. As necessary, the chair may further limit the time allowed to individual speakers or reschedule remaining comments at the end of the meeting on a first-come, first-heard basis with priority given to students. In most cases, state law prohibit the council from discussing or making any decisions with respect to a matter not listed on the agenda. A council member may, however, briefly respond to statements made or questions posed by a speaker. A council member may also ask a question for clarification, provide a reference for factual information, request staff to report back concerning a matter, or request that an item be added to a future city council agenda in response to public comment. Members of the public wishing to speak regarding an item on oral communications shall submit a request to speak or raise their hand virtually within the first 9 minutes or the start of public comment or before public comment period is closed, whichever comes first. So at this time, we will welcome Jennifer Griffin.
Pardon, before.
I always like to get applause.
Pardon,
Hi, I'm Jennifer
one
Griffin.
moment, Jennifer.
Oh,
A
sorry.
little more housekeeping.
Okay.
So we did applause during our ceremonial items. For the rest of the meeting, applause is really discouraged. We want to make sure that other individuals feel comfortable speaking who might not share your views. So please be mindful of that. Thank you. Jennifer.
Yes, thank you. I want to start out, I had sent you all an email that I had received from the city of Santa Clara. This was for a community meeting that occurred last Wednesday at the I'm going to mispronounce this, Cayo Po Shopping Center. I apologize, it's KYO-PO, and it's at the intersection of Lawrence Expressway and Homestead Road next to McDonald's. And I was very encouraged that Santa Clara had reached out to people that were interested, because I obviously I get a lot of emails from the city of Santa Clara, notifications. And I wanted to attend this because I live near the eastern end of the city and I shop in Santa Clara, Sunnyvale, West San Jose, and of course Cupertino, around in those areas. And am I just at 0? Oh, okay.
I was
Sorry.
late to start it. I
Okay,
apologize.
thank you. I'll go quickly. This is an SB 330 project for Santa Clara, townhouses, condos, and it's also a housing element site for Santa Clara. The main problem is, it's Pulte Homes, and they had nice-looking condos there, no retail, very small retail, 5,000 square feet. They're losing 64,000 square feet of retail, 10 active retail sites, mom and pops. They are being kicked out completely. Those retail shops there have had no notice. The owner of the supermarket came into the meeting and said he was never told about it. They're just being cut off. Can we provide any support? It's mainly an Asian shopping center. I'd like to see if Cupertino can reach out to give them a home. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. Next, we have Rhoda Fry. Welcome, Rhoda.
Hi, good evening, council members. You already have my written communication for this evening. I hope you can read it. And for the benefit of the public, I'm going to go over the points that I have in my written communication. As many of you know, I was honored by a public safety award from the city, the CERT program. CREST, sorry, not CERT, CREST, all these acronyms. Anyway, talking about the project on Linda Vista Drive. At the time that that project was approved for 51 units, it was not in a very high fire zone, and it is now. The state reclassified that property. Very high fire safety zone is the highest, the tippy top that we have in the state of California. I don't think that this body would have voted for that project in a very high fire safety zone. So I think we need to walk this back and do what we can to walk this back. Because, you know, CAL FIRE talks about needing to have 30 to 100 feet of defensible land. They've got 10. They've got 10. Not only that, I haven't seen anything about evacuation. Within a few hundred feet of that property, we've got about over 5% of our population in those schools, 3,200 students in those schools, and you've got teachers and staff, et cetera. Maybe that building won't burn down if there's a fire, but how many people won't get out alive because y'all haven't dotted your I's and crossed your T's? So please do what you can.
Pardon me.
A reminder to please don't block the doorways. Thank you.
Okay, we have some more requests to speak in person. Mark Fantozzi, followed by Derchang Khan and Alice Lin, followed by Chris Saderly. Welcome, Mark.
Thank you. I'm here speaking about the Summerhill project on A Village Court. We were disappointed with the Planning Commission recommendation, but we are even more disappointed in the lack of transparency. The planning staff left out a key document from public record, which the Planning Commission relied upon in making their CEQA exemption. This seems to be a pattern here going back to the upzoning of this property. I submitted a written communication to the Planning Commission. I assume you have access to that, which cited a number of violations and waivers that are not appropriate. I suggest you read that if this project is coming before you in a couple of weeks. We are also going to provide additional evidence and case law which will support denial of this project, or at the very least, a redesign and a full CEQA requirement analysis for this project. There are serious issues with this being in a very high fire zone. And I would like to add finally that the one thing that nearly everyone has in common who supports these housing element projects is that they don't live in that neighborhood. And that is a serious, serious issue that, again, this is a Soviet-style housing requirement here that we're dealing with. Thanks.
Thank you. Next, we have Derchang Khan and Alice Lin. Are you guys speaking as a group today?
Yep.
Okay.
Can you put in the projector here? So, well, I will take you a tour to my neighborhood. This, again, is about the Summerhill project. So if you can see the projector here, this is my neighborhood. Here's the Village Court. And my house is right here. Mark's house is on the left. And if you look at this is from the Mark's house. Look down to the north, and you can see this is the Village Court. So why does matter? So I did the impressionist approach and tried to do the mock-up of what this project looks like. So you're going to have the 3-story buildings, tons of them, okay? 50 feet high. Look down to the neighbor's backyard, swimming pool, all this privacy issue. I just don't understand why city will even accept this scene at the Cupertino. It just put you all the way back to the third world country. And just look at this, a narrow strip in the middle, okay? This is the exit of the 51 unit. So what that mean? I think people are all familiar with this, the revised fire map after 2025 fire, okay? And Council Mohan, I think you are very familiar. You are just right at the edge of the red zone. So here we have close to 150 units in this is in the Vista Strip, just this strip here. Okay? After 51 unit, it becomes 205. It's incredible, incredible. in a very, very narrow, less than 50 acre. What's the Pacific Palisade fires telling us? 20 minutes spread, 200 acre. Okay, so just to envision the following. A fire coming from the either west, south, or southwest. We did all the modeling. Try to see how fast we can evacuate from this dead zone. Okay, with today, 30 minutes or less. If you add 51 units, just think about this. It saturates the entire Linda Vista Street. And the 51 units of a car have to jam merging into the oversaturated street. That is going to be 90 plus minutes. Okay, it's a life and death decision you are going to make. And I was very encouraged last week in the mayor's, the State of the City speech. I use this page here, particularly talk about protecting Cupertino's interest. Talk about local control must be actively defended, not assumed. Truly appreciate, Mayor. This is what I did just 4 o'clock today. I'm at 1047, the 847 Linda Vista Drive. Look at the deer.
Thank you. That is your time.
They don't even clean the
Next, we have Chris. Welcome, Chris.
My name is Chris Satterley. I spoke here at the meeting last July 1st advocating a sound attenuation solution for the Memorial Park pickleball courts. It's been 8 long months, but I received the great news today that the project has been added as a proposed capital improvement project for council approval. As you all know, the wind loading analysis showed that the existing fence would not meet.
Pardon? That is an agendized item.
I mostly just want to thank some people. I don't want to. Did I do that?
You may thank individuals, but please don't speak to the CIP item.
Okay, catch me if I am stepping over that boundary. But anyway, I want to thank Director Chad Mosley of Public Works for sharing the information and calculations so my brother-in-law, John Lawson, could do an independent analysis. And I just happen to have the good fortune that my sister married a professor of structural engineering, and John did confirm the conclusion. He also came up with a proposed solution that would minimize the cost. I want to say Chad was great. He met with me for an hour at the courts one rainy morning during Christmas week, and I came away 100% convinced that he truly wanted to see the problem solved. So thank you, Chad. This is the best solution for the pickleball noise problem, and we hope things can move forward quickly now. And I do, most of all, want to thank the neighbors for being so unbelievably patient. We have the utmost empathy for what they have had to endure. And I want to thank Parks and Rec Director Sander for helping advocate for this solution, and City Manager Kapoor for being open to community input. And last but not least, I want to thank my brother-in-law, John, for putting in many hours of his time, all pro bono. So let's get this thing done. I probably shouldn't have said that, but.
Thank you. Hope you stick around for item 11. All right.
Have any idea what time of day that's going to be?
After midnight, probably.
That's what I thought.
Thank you, Chris. Mayor, we'll move to the request to speak virtually. We have 6 hands raised. We are past the 9-minute cutoff to raise your hand. So at this time, we are going to welcome Lisa Warren.
Thank you.
Lisa.
Thanks. So based on what was spoken at the special meeting tonight, I just want to please to urge you to seriously consider the reality of current and future projects that would re-engineer our streets and roads for various modes of transportation. We need to consider that the city could have far more automobiles from in and out of our own city. We're going to blow up the percentage of buffer. We're already, once you do that, you can't tell someone they can't build what you've zoned for. So we could ultimately be building on what the state's disastrous numbers are. Out of need, I get it, but you've also got to consider if all of this stuff is built, once this is reconfigured, and other cities near us are having to do the same thing, we're going to end up with far more than we started with a few years back. And that means more people, more traffic. People love to cut through our major roadways. So some of the ideas for road improvements for safety for bicyclists, scooters, and 15 other things besides cars and buses, will become more of a problem if you narrow streets. So maybe the plans we already have are obsolete, and we really need to be on top of that and not be thinking of those improvements in a silo, knowing what the avalanche could bring. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. Next, we have call-in user 2. Welcome, call-in user 2.
Dear council members, guests, and congratulations for the new order of the leadership. And actually, last time was planned to talk, I think, more functioning of the Zoom. So I would mention is we request the immediate return of all property in the belonging were taken from us, and in 2016 and end of 2016 and also end of 2021, a typical end of 2021, which is unnoticed and caught us by surprise as well. Additionally, we also ask that all the sanctions and any prosecutional overreach, both to date and ongoing, be lifted as soon as possible, because that's extremely long time and nothing like that for that many years as well. And I know this city is powerful and they can build that many units and also both of the staff and the budget, but just like the nations, powerful of the nation and the city, and not just by the budget, by how many people they employ, how many units they built, and also about is protect the dignity of the citizens, communities, individuals, and justice affairs, and all this stuff. It's all together. So another thing mentioned is the mission of the city is because there's so far during the COVID, there's a lot of direct communications, but a lot of us are lost, and most concern is the fact that long-term residents have not had any opportunity to meet with the city leadership in person for years. I mean, typically, or a family member, me, and maybe a lot of other citizens, residents in the city. This disconnect doesn't reflect the value or mission of the city to serve its community with transparency, accountability, and.
Thank you. That is your time. Next, we have San Rao. Welcome, San.
Good evening, Mayor Moore, council members, and planning commissioners. Speaking on behalf of myself only as a resident, I had a chance to look at the future agenda items. Thank you for publishing that. It runs all the way till May. I was dismayed that there was really nothing of substance all the way till May. So half the year, and we would accomplish nothing other than the hearings that come to us reactively. I request council to agendaize the return of the 4th lane to De Anza Boulevard. I request council and along with you, the city manager, to stand between 5:30 and 6 p.m. at the various intersections at De Anza Boulevard. You will see that the lanes back up all the way to the next traffic light. You will see that the east-west traffic is unable to make right turns, and the lanes themselves are extremely crowded. And anybody telling you otherwise is not understanding the sentiment of our automotive commuters. And that is not just Cupertino residents, but also the through traffic that is trying to get to Saratoga and back home, trying to get to West San Jose and back home. I urge council members to put back on the agenda the resumption of the 4th lane on De Anza Boulevard. There are no cyclists on that road. There should never have been. And this is a lane that we needed and we had, and it was removed without due process. This is the year of good governance. Let's see that in practice by bringing back the 4th lane on De Anza Boulevard. I request any council member to propose the agenda edition, and I hope we will get a second, and I sure hope we will get a third. Secondly, I was a little horrified to see the discussion in the last meeting around the housing element site additions. What have we not learned from Evelich? What happened with Evelich was that the city reached out to the parcel owners, where a parcel owner agreed, the city moved ahead. What we need to do is to first assess whether the parcel is in the neighborhood that is appropriate for that kind of density. So when I heard in the last conversation that there's a site on Bub and there's a site somewhere else and the parcel owner showed interest, yes, if it's on Stevens Creek, Indiana, yes. But if it's on Bub, no.
Thank you, San. Next, we have David Y. Welcome, David.
Council members, good evening. Like my neighbors who attended in person, I'm also speaking on the topic of Evelich, and I want to put two things on the record with the great hope that council will act on them. Let's start with evacuation. As my neighbor, in his study, it takes 93 minutes to clear the neighborhood in a wildfire emergency. The safe threshold that we learned from the Palisades fire is 30 minutes or less. As we saw in last week's planning commission, the city never ran its own analysis. No study, no model, no number in the record. And this evacuation problem is what's happened to this neighborhood. These next two findings are really what made it possible. Let's first start with the road width. The state fire code requires wider access roads when buildings exceed a certain height. Wider roads means fewer units. And this project depended on staying under that threshold. I challenged the measurement at the hearing, at the PC meeting. The fire marshal acknowledged that the initial measurement was wrong. He said his staff reviewed it verbally. There was nothing corrected, nothing submitted, nothing on the record. Secondly, the developer's architect showed a drawing on a projector of one building in one angle. There are 9 buildings on the site. There is nothing on the record. No commissioner reviewed that. The second involves just a state exemption that allowed the project to reduce the required setback from 30 feet to 10 feet. 20 feet of defensible space was lost. To use that exemption, the developer needed a safety sign-off, demonstrating equivalency. At the hearing, a document was put on an overhead projector in real time after hearing the objection. It was in fine print. Nobody actually had reviewed that record. So, those both are project changing, and I asked the council to look at this with fresh.
Thank you. Next, we have Luis Sadati. Welcome, Luis.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, awesome. Cupertino for All is an organization that believes that there is a severe housing crisis and that Cupertino is not exempt from its effects. We have a responsibility to be a good regional partner and mitigate the drastic effects that the crisis has on families across the Bay Area. We have a crucial role to play as a jobs-rich center. The region has been growing for decades. That's a reality. But we have failed to adapt accordingly by building the necessary housing and transportation services to accommodate this growth. I applaud the council for trying to add more housing to meet the housing element for below market. Our values are compassion, respect, empathy, socioeconomic justice, diversity and inclusion, housing as a right, democracy and good governance, environmental sustainability, and protecting tenants. Anybody can join in our membership by going on Google and typing in Cupertino for All, and you will see on our website what our objectives are, and that I have found this organization to be full of compassion and caring about inclusion and socioeconomic justice and exactly what I have outlined as the values. And what I said in the beginning was a quote from the Cupertino for All website. So if people are interested, just go Google Cupertino for All, and there you can join. There's a mechanism for you to join the membership. Thank you.
Thank you, Louise. Our last speaker this evening on the oral communications is Vikram. Welcome, Vikram.
Good evening, City Council. I hope all of you are doing well. I am talking to you about the Planning Commission decision last week about the Village Court property. Quite honestly, last week's Planning Commission meeting was a bit scary because what we saw was a complete breakdown of process. The city is granting a CEQA exemption to a project in an area which has been classified as a very high fire hazard safety zone without the documentation which was used to grant that exemption being part of a public record or a part of the packet available to the commissioners or on the agenda. We had a very unique situation where we had one commissioner ask where the document is, and it was projected on the screen, and the commissioners basically said that you're asking me to vote for something which I have not even read. The Planning Commission still passed it, which is still beyond my understanding why. How could we pass something where the sole basis of the exemption was not even available for public? I think the setting part which I want to highlight is the access of people in that area to the documentation about the building has been severely restricted. City staff is not releasing documents about the development, including height, about fire safety, and any other aspects which the neighborhood residents would want to know more about. I think this lack of transparency is a bit surprising because we have been known to be very transparent, and a lot of the current council members ran on that thing that we want to be transparent and upfront about what's happening. And it looks like the city staff is using copyright laws to limit public access to what could be a safety and health issue.
Thank you, Vikram. Mayor, that concludes the request to speak under oral communications.
Okay, thank you so much, Madam City Clerk. So we did have some state law changes regarding access to plans. Would Madam City Attorney like to comment on that so that the public is aware, because it is very frustrating to not be able to have the whole plan set in the package like it used to be?
The courts have ruled that the architectural plans are copyrighted material, and so the city is unable to provide access to those electronically because they're just too easy to share. And so hard copies here at the city are available for people to review, but otherwise the architectural plans cannot be shared.
Okay, and I'll take this offline, but we can have some schematics shown. Okay. Vice Mayor, your hand is raised, but I believe it's from the prior item. Okay. Okay, so thank you, Madam City Clerk. Our next item is the consent calendar. Have any items been pulled from consent, or do any members of the council wish to pull a consent item? Okay, seeing none. Are there, Madam City Clerk, are there any members of the public who would like to speak on the consent calendar?
I don't have any requests to speak in person, and I do not see any requests, no hands raised virtually, Mayor.
Okay. Do any members of the council wish to speak on this item? Not seeing any. Do we have a motion to move the consent calendar?
So moved.
And a second?
Second.
Okay, so we moved by Councilmember Fruin and seconded by Councilmember Mohan. Madam City Clerk, will you please conduct the roll call vote?
Councilmember Fruin?
Aye.
Councilmember Mohan?
Aye.
Councilmember Wong?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Chow?
Aye.
Mayor Moore?
Aye.
The motion carries unanimously.
Right, thank you. Our next item is our public hearings, and we're going to begin with item 7. It's a public hearing on the abatement of weeds and fire hazards. Have any members of the council had any ex parte communications they need to report on this item? Hearing none. Madam City Manager, do we have a report?
Thank you, Mayor. This is a public hearing on the annual abatement of weeds and other fire hazards. The hearing provides an opportunity for impacted property owners to contest the proposed abatement actions before the City Council. We do have a very brief presentation tonight, and I will turn it over to Lauren Sepudar, our city clerk, who, in the interest of time, will be foregoing the brief presentation and providing a verbal update for this item.
Thank you. So, Mayor and council members, the weed abatement program is a monitoring program managed by the Santa Clara County Department of Agriculture. City Code Section 9.08 requires property owners to remove or destroy weeds or other fire hazards. Owners are required to abate annually by April 30th of each year to maintain their properties throughout the year. The purpose of the program is to reduce fire hazards and protect the community. Properties that are not in compliance with fire safety standards are added to the program. All impacted parcels remain on the list for 3 consecutive years and inspected annually. They are to correct violations within 2 weeks, or additional actions or costs may apply. Compliant properties will only pay the annual inspection fee. If the parcels are found to be hazard-free according to the safety standards during that time, they will be removed. Council's approval this evening is necessary to authorize the county to proceed with abatement. Garrick is here from the county, who is the weed abatement manager and can answer any questions you may have.
Great, thank you, Madam City Clerk. Do my fellow council members have any clarifying questions of the county? Seeing none. Madam City Clerk, do we have any members of the public? We're opening up the public hearing. Do we have any members of the public who care to comment on this item?
So I don't have any requests to speak, but I believe there is a member of the public who did want to speak for address 10213 Minor Place.
Hi, my name is Ann Chang, living in Cupertino Minor Place. We are here for reporting that we have cleaned up our lawn so that they're not overgrown and become a fire hazard. And I just want you to show you that the reason that didn't clean up is our gardener went on vacation and didn't tell us while we're also gone, and it grew old and grew long. So when we came back and saw this, we hired another lawnmower and cleaned it up for us. And this is the picture of what it looks like today. And I also call our Santa Clara County advisor. His name is, what's it? Your name? Gary. And he also gave me a good lesson, don't ask your neighbor to help watching it out or something like that. And that was a very good lesson for us. So we learned a lesson, and we won't let that happen again. So I actually was wondering, since we really have a good lesson from Gary, can we actually be released of this period and say, she's learned a lesson, they've learned a lesson.
Okay. Thank you, Anne.
You're welcome.
Mayor Garrick is here if you have any questions to address to him directly.
Yes, Derek, is there some way to provide some assistance for this homeowner with regards to this matter? What's essentially within our our authority to do.
Yes, good evening, Mayor and City Council members. Garrick Yoselewski with the County of Santa Clara Weed Abatement Program. It is up to your discretion tonight to determine whether or not to remove this property owner from the Weed Abatement Program list or to keep them on the list tonight. I can just provide some facts about our history with this property. In 2024, an inspector first identified this property of having tall grass and weeds on their front lawn. They were added to the weed abatement program list at that time. Last year, 2025, was their first year on the list, and they did pass the inspection. So given that, they would have 2 years remaining on the list for us to inspect annually. If they pass the inspection for 2 additional years, then they would be removed from the list, unless you decide to remove them from the list tonight.
Right, thank you. So that would be something the council would take a vote on. Okay, so do we have any further clarifying questions before I close the public hearing portion? Councilmember Fruin.
Yeah, could you just cover the reason why you typically keep a property on the list for 3 years?
Yes, so it was a policy that was put in place by my predecessor, who was the manager for the weed abatement program for 18 years. This is my second year in this role. The way he explained it to me is that when we see that a property is in compliance for 3 consecutive years, we have more confidence that they're going to continue maintaining it versus if they are out of compliance 1 year, in compliance the next, then sometimes we do see that they fall back out of compliance. And based on my experience so far, I have seen that happen.
Vice Mayor?
So you say this policy is adopted by your predecessor, not like adopted by the Board of Supervisor?
That is a good question. I'm not entirely sure where the policy came from, when it was first adopted. It may have been by the Board of Supervisors sometime in the past. I don't have the complete history on that. This is just how it was explained to me.
I think it does make sense if someone violated the first time, they get a warning, then we don't automatically put them on a program for 3 years. Maybe they should be allowed to promise to follow to abate it. I think they learned that, but this current policy doesn't allow that. But a city council could choose to remove them from the program.
Yeah, that's a very good point. And actually, when I first started in this role, I did institute a new policy where when we find a property out of compliance for the first time, we do now send them a warning letter, giving them 2 weeks to correct the violation before they're added onto the list. This property in particular was added before I had implemented that policy, so they were added right away when the inspector saw them out of compliance.
I see, thank you. I think 2 weeks might be too short if a property owner is on a vacation or out of the country. Not sure if they would have gotten the letter in time. But thank you for adopting a more lenient policy.
Of course.
Okay, thank you. Are there any further clarifying questions from the council? Not seeing any hands raised. Okay, so the public hearing's closed. Would anyone care to make a motion on this item?
I move that we adopt resolution number 26-023, ordering the abatement of public nuisance from weeds or other fire hazards pursuant to provisions of Cupertino Municipal Code, Chapter 9.08, and resolution number 25-101.
Thank you. Councilmember Mohan, were you interested in excusing the property owner from the remaining time on the list?
Yes.
So will you add that to your motion?
Okay. What's how?
To include, perhaps the attorney could add some language for us.
To add
What's
that
the address? Yeah.
at I don't know the address.
The minor. The address is 10213 Minor Place. It is parcel number 316-26065.
So 10213 Minor Place?
Yes.
Okay.
Exempt.
That property be removed from the list for reinspection each year, and that the recommended action.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll
Second.
that.
Okay, that's been accepted by Councilmember Mohan, seconded by Vice Mayor. Do we have any other comments from the council? Councilmember Fruin? No? Okay. Madam City Clerk, will you please conduct the roll call vote?
Councilmember Fruin?
Aye.
Councilmember Mohan?
Aye.
Councilmember Wong?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Chow?
Aye.
Mayor Moore?
Aye.
The motion carries unanimously.
All right, thank you very much. Next, we move on to item 8, the Mary Avenue vacation. I would like to remind individuals that if you have your sign parked on city seats and whatnot, you need to pick up your sign and hold on to it. Your sign doesn't get to occupy its own seat. Thank you. And thank you for holding the signs down low. I greatly appreciate that. Before I request ex parte communications, Madam City Attorney, would you like to provide us some information on the hearing?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Good evening, and Council, good evening. So this is a public hearing, and prior to describing the rules for a public hearing, the last was a public hearing as well. I just want to mention that the items up for your consideration this evening, items number, it's 8 and 9, are to be considered completely separate from the fact that in early February, the council approved other project approvals, including a DDA for the Mary Avenue project. The DDA is contingent upon these approvals being passed today by the council, but there's no requirement that the council approve the items that are before you tonight. It's a completely separate and independent analysis. And so, matter 8 is a public hearing. A public hearing is a quasi-judicial process where the council considers evidence presented in the staff report, testimony from the public received this evening, and information and evidence in the administrative record. In such a hearing, council members must consider the evidence presented and make decisions based solely on that evidence. If council members cannot be impartial due to bias or if they have prejudged the matter, please disclose now so that you can recuse yourself, as your decision tonight must be based on the applicable findings and the evidence in the record. Prior opinions, however, of general familiarity with the project do not require recusal, provided you remain open to the materials provided in the hearing today. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam City Attorney. And I did turn in some communications between Councilmember Wong and the attorney for the Mary Avenue team, Joshua Safran. And it does appear that there may be some ex parte communications which need to be mentioned to the entire council. So I'm curious about that. I actually believe Councilmember Fruin, Councilmember Wong perhaps needs to recuse on this item. So having said that and put it into the record, do any council members have ex parte communications that they need to mention? Vice Mayor?
Your mic.
I didn't have any ex parte communication with residents or the Mary Avenue project applicant. But I remember when I read up on the ex parte communication for quasi-judicial communication, the burden is for us to disclose any communication so that the content is made aware by the public. And that does not mean any communication means like if I had spoken to Summerhill Homes, doesn't mean I somehow have prejudice for or against them, right? So wonder, has that communication, has that been put into the meeting record already?
You mean the explanation you just gave?
No, I mean, I think actually, a lot of times when we met with the applicant, we didn't even, actually, I learned from reading we should be disclosing all the written communication plan sets that applicant have sent us. We actually haven't done that. All we have done in the past was to declare I have ex parte communication, but we have not disclosed the content. So for this case, there was ex parte communication. Is it that all we need to disclose we have the communication?
I do think that's all that you need to disclose, is that you've had the communication.
Yeah, and then that does not make any of us have to recuse, right?
Whether you recuse or not really is up to you and your understanding of your own ability to be neutral in the face of the question.
So given the fact that the vacation is the required part of the Mary Avenue project, for all the council members who have voted yes on the project, I think many community members have also questioned, shouldn't they be required to recuse because they likely want to approve the vacation because of their prior vote?
I do not agree with that analysis.
So you don't think they need to recuse either because of even though that approval is contingent upon this vacation?
Correct. The vacation is a completely separate analysis. It's
Okay.
true that the disposition and development agreement is contingent upon these other approvals, but I do not believe that council people who have voted in favor of the prior approvals are somehow biased in terms of having to approve these current items.
Okay. So have you reviewed that content of communication between Councilmember Wang and the party?
I have.
Does the content lead you to believe there might be any bias?
I've reviewed it and I've concluded that it's not enough information to rise to a conclusion that Councilmember Wang is biased by the city attorney or some third person. And really, it's up to Councilmember Wang, as it is up to each and every other council member, to determine whether they believe that they can be neutral at this hearing. And if so, then they do not need to recuse. And even people who haven't had ex parte communications, who may believe that they cannot approach the hearing neutrally, they should recuse.
Thank you for the advice.
Thank you, Madam City Attorney. And there's two parts on recusal. You've got a financial conflict of interest, and then there's the bias element. And would you like to share a little bit about that?
Yes, the rules against participating in a vote on an item in which a council member has a financial interest are much more rigid and very clear, and are governed by regulations and statutes, and there is very little reliance on the council member's perception of their bias, if you will. If they have a financial interest that meets the requirements, then they must recuse. In this instance, this is more of a common law understanding of bias, and in this scenario, based upon deep research into the court cases, it largely relies upon the council member's view of their own mind state. And so it's up to the council member to determine that they should, based on their bias, recuse if they feel it's necessary.
All right, thank you. So I only have one council member who indicates that they had any ex parte communications. One more. Council member Mohan, and then Council member Fruin.
So my ex parte communication was not specifically about this, but since this issue has been going on for several months, I have talked to groups of residents in the Mary Avenue neighborhood, and I have talked to Mr. Oren Mahoney in the past.
Councilmember Fruin?
Yeah, similarly, just in the interest of full disclosure, since we already made these disclosures at the last hearing, I've spoken with both the applicant through Kathy Robinson and Mr. Mahoney, and then also a number of the neighbors who have indicated concerns about the project.
Okay, thank you. And I've spoken with individuals after the last meeting regarding this item, and that pretty much sums it up. Vice Mayor?
Just in the interest of completeness, I did, not recently, but I did speak to some resident groups last year, and the Mary Avenue project applicant, Ori Mahoney, also I think last year, but not in the recent months. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you. And Councilmember Wong, will you indicate if you've had any ex parte communications on this item?
Yeah, I've spoken to all parties. I've spoken to the applicants. I've spoken to the residents. I've spoken to, that's part of our job, is to go out and talk to people and not to be afraid
Thank you.
to
You've
reach them.
indicated that. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Madam City Manager, will you please provide a report on this item?
Thank you, Mayor. I will briefly introduce my staff here that will be doing some of the presentation. Director Chad Mosley, Director of Public Works Chad Mosley, and Jennifer Chu, our senior engineer. And we are working very closely with the City Attorney's Office on Mary Avenue, so I think I will turn it over to our interim City Attorney to introduce this item before we turn it over to my staff.
Staff is here tonight to describe the vacation process and the public notice, et cetera, that went into that process, and describe the process to you. Thank you.
Good evening, Council. Chad Mosley, Director of Public Works. Tonight I have with me Jennifer Chu, our senior engineer. She's one of my best kept secrets. I don't let her out very often, but here she is tonight. And she'll present for you this vacation process. Thank you.
Thank you, Chad. Good evening, Mayor Moore and council members. The item tonight is the Mary Avenue right-of-way vacation. The subject before you is to conduct a notice public hearing to consider adopting a resolution vacating a portion of public right-of-way located along the westerly edge of Mary Avenue. APN 326-27053. There are two recommended actions tonight. One is to find the project exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act, or CEQA. And two is adopt resolution number 26-024, approving the vacation of a portion of public right-of-way located along the westerly edge of Mary Avenue. APN 326-27053. For context, these are images of the property highlighted in a reddish-orange color, if you will. The image on the left is from the parcel map, while the image on the right is from the APN map. And additional context, this is an aerial image of Mary Avenue showing the approximate location of the property boundary. As you can see, the area mainly consists of diagonal parking stalls and a buffered bike lane along the west side of Mary Avenue. Some background and current status of the property. During fiscal year 2021-2022, the City Work Program initiated and prioritized a project to consider options to develop BMR housing units for developmentally disabled individuals on a city-owned property along Mary Ave. In 2023, a 0.79 acre parcel was created through the recordation of a parcel map, and it is this same parcel that is being proposed for vacation tonight. In 2024, the property was then rezoned with the housing element, and recently on February 3rd, the Mary Avenue Villa project was approved by City Council, which would bring forth a total of 40 BMR units, 19 of which would be dedicated for the intellectually and developmentally disabled community. As for status, the property is currently designated as public right-of-way, mostly serving parking stalls as shown in the previous slide. And the parking in this area is underutilized except during various festivals and special events that occur at Memorial Park about 9 days in a year. This is the proposed typical cross-section of the property and roadway at the project site if you're facing north on Mary Avenue. The project parcel is shown on the left, 38 feet wide, and consists of the project's residential buildings and site improvements. And then the remaining portion of Mary Avenue right-of-way is 56 feet wide and would be reconfigured to include new curb, gutter, and sidewalk along the project frontage. Mary Avenue would also be restriped to provide 11-foot travel lanes, buffered bike lanes, and parallel parking on the west side. Right-of-way vacation. So per the Streets and Highways Code, the council would need to find that the right-of-way within the property limits is unnecessary for present or prospective public purposes. Based on the following facts listed, city staff believes council can make this finding and proceed to order the vacation. With the approval of the affordable housing project, construction of the project requires the vacation and would not be able to move forward without it. On February 10th, 2026, the Planning Commission found the proposed vacation to be in conformance with the general plan. The proposed vacation was properly noticed as required by code. The public utility companies were notified and provided consent for the proposed vacation. And lastly, adequate right-of-way remains to serve public access and accommodate traffic. Again, here is tonight's action. To conduct a notice public hearing to consider adopting a resolution vacating a portion of public right-of-way located along the westerly edge of Mary Avenue, parcel APN 326-27053, with the recommended actions to 1, find the project exempt from CEQA, and 2, adopt resolution number 26024, approving the vacation of a portion of public right-of-way located along the westerly edge of Mary Avenue, APN 326-27053. This concludes my presentation. Happy to answer any questions.
All right. Thank you, Jennifer and Chad, for the presentation. So now we're going to open up the public hearing. Do any council members have clarifying questions? I'll go in order of Councilmember Wong, Councilmember Fruin, Councilmember Mohan, Vice Mayor, and myself. Councilmember Wong, do you have any clarifying questions?
I do have some questions. I really want to understand the process of how you determine where public lands can be taken for private use. Where does that fit within the legal framework? I also do want to understand, do we need CTC approval for conveyance of this land to the California Transportation Commission, or is that just our local jurisdiction? And I also want to understand how we've determined that there's obsolescence here, or that this land is not being used by the public. One ruling by the town of Santa Rosa is an exception in the case law. So I'm just kind of curious if you can share those answers. Thank you.
I can try and answer some of those questions. I not necessarily answer all the legal questions, but I think first off, with respect to going to the California Transportation Commission, I don't believe that's necessary in this case. This can be done at the local level by City Council, the process we're currently following. With respect to the various actions that were presented here tonight. We have followed those actions per the California Streets and Highways Code. Like I said, that process has been laid out. With respect to existing uses, currently the area, as mentioned in the presentation, is striped for diagonal parking. There's also a bike lane in there. And staff has reviewed that plan, and there should be adequate, I should say, there is adequate right-of-way outside of the parcel to facilitate public transportation. And in fact, with the project, we will be enhancing public transportation by adding a sidewalk on the westerly side to facilitate pedestrians. All of the dimensions for vehicle and bike lanes are adequate to provide positive progression.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Wong, you have 3 minutes remaining. Do you have any further clarifying questions?
I yield my time for now.
Okay, next, Councilmember Fruin.
So, Director Mosley, you've already answered my question about the bike lane and the new sidewalk. But to the city attorney, to clarify how a published appellate opinion works in the state of California, if the Court of Appeal, sitting anywhere in the state of California, publishes an opinion on a discrete question of law, that opinion binds the entire state, does it not?
All the trial courts, yes.
Okay, so I just wanted to make it clear that one opinion of the Court of Appeal is not simply something that you can cast aside. It is binding authority. Thank you.
Councilmember Mohan?
A question for Chad. And for clarification of the public, why should we find this project exempt from CEQA?
I may refer to the city attorney on that one.
Because it specifically qualifies for an exemption, because it's a project for basically 100% affordable housing. So that qualifies as the class exemption that's listed in the agenda on the staff report.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor?
Okay. I believe somewhere in the staff report, the resolution says the legal decision on vacating the road is independent of the project use, proposed use of the land. So whether the proposed project is 100% affordable or not should have no bearing on whether the vacation of the land is exempt from CEQA, right?
I don't think that's accurate.
That's the decision is whether to vacate the land. Whether we vacate the land for what purpose? Why should that have anything to do with why we are allowed to vacate the land? I think the question is whether vacating the land based on its current use require any CEQA evaluation. And that I don't think we provided any reason for that.
I think the legal standard is if you're going to, if you're vacating the land, if you're vacating the right of way, you're doing so for some future purpose. And if the future purpose is affordable housing, then the CEQA exemption applies. If you're vacating the land for some unstated purpose, I can't opine now whether CEQA would apply or not, but it might.
Okay, maybe my misunderstanding, because I thought the CEQA exemption applies to the proposed project. It shouldn't apply for the vacation. Never mind. So I think the current use, as stated by the staff report, is mostly parking stalls. But I didn't find in the staff report any detail on how much parking stalls will be removed and whether the use of what is the impact on the parking. And we are told this is a quasi-judicial decision, so we can only make a decision based on what's currently in agenda today. So my question would be, where can I find in today's agenda on the impact on parking and also the impact of the approved Memorial Park Master Plan. Where can I find that to determine that this public land we are vacating would not serve the current public use? I understand that you have stated that there will be enough width to serve as traffic lane, bike path, and you will add sidewalk. However, I didn't find anywhere in the staff report or the resolution on how the current use of parking would be served.
I believe I believe it's one of the exhibits to the item has a map, and I think that it shows the area of parking.
But there is nothing that shows the parking demand analysis, how many stalls. That's not in the staff report or the resolution too. There is no proof that the parking is not needed. Then there is one line in the staff presentation that on the parking there would be underutilized except for festivals 9 days a year. That's just one line in the staff report, but I don't see sufficient evidence that shows we don't really need all this parking space. Plus the impact of the under-parking for Westport project. That's not mentioned either in the estimate because many of even the current Westport residents have insufficient parking. So that's not addressed either.
I don't think that the analysis of the use of the parking is required for the vacation. That, though, might go to a council member's decision whether to vote or not vote in favor of the vacation.
But the staff did mention the parcel is mostly used as parking stalls, right?
That's true.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
I do have a question for the city attorney. So I'm understanding that it's CEQA exempt, but even if we did follow CEQA, you would be looking at the project's impact on the environment and not the environment's impact on the project.
That's correct.
Okay, and it seems like getting into whether or not there was a festival at some other location is an environment impact onto the project. So I'm not sure, even if you went through the process, that would be looked at. It's unclear, and there's a lot of other variables about where people are actually parking. So do I have any further clarifying questions from the council before we open it up for public comment? Councilmember Fuan.
Also for the city attorney, if you could simply clarify the standard that we're actually using here, because I think there's some confusion as to exactly what findings should be made and which findings are permissible.
Well, we do have a resolution with findings that constitute the recommended action. And the call of the council today is to make the decision about whether to vacate the property for the purpose of building the Mary Avenue project. And so that is the sort of like value judgment, the policy question that this council is voting on today.
Thank you. And could staff please remind me why the right-of-way is 94 feet in that area? Because typically, and Director Mosley, you can probably remind us, typically in a residential area, residential neighborhood, what would you have for the right-of-way?
In a typical right-of-way, it's about 60 feet wide for a typical area. In this area, the additional width was due to, after the construction of Highway 85, there was leftover remainder land that Caltrans owned, and they deeded that remainder land to us, which happened to coincide with Mary Avenue.
Okay, so that sounds a little different from a story I was told was that it was that wide because we were going to have an overpass instead of the bike pedestrian bridge at Mary?
That's possible. I'm unaware of that concept. I just know that that land, the additional land, was deeded to the city by Caltrans. It may have been to facilitate an overpass, but I'm not aware of that.
Okay, so I really appreciate the cross-section that was shown. So I'm not sure I would even call this a road diet. So my residential street does not have bike lanes along with the parallel parking, and we have a parkway and sidewalk. So you're actually making it more safe. Would that be an accurate statement, by the addition of the sidewalk on, I believe it's the west side, correct?
I would say that we're providing better transportation facilities by adding the sidewalk on the west side.
Okay.
Enhancing opportunities there.
Okay, thank you. So I'm not seeing any hands raised for any further clarifying questions. Madam City Clerk, do we have members of the public who would like to speak on this item? Due to the fact that we have two Mary items tonight, we'll be limiting the public comment time to 1 minute per person, because we're going to have two of these. The very next item is Mary Avenue again. And we'll have grouping allowed for up to 5 people, for a total of 4 minutes if you're grouping. And then, Madam City Clerk, you'll have to work that math out if the group's smaller than 5.
Sorry, repeat that, Mayor. For groups up to 5, you said how many minutes?
4 minutes.
4 minutes.
4 minutes. Yeah, so our agenda is timed out to end after midnight. We're going to see what we can do to get through all of these items, and our next agenda is packed as well. So, Madam City Clerk, do you have speaker cards on this item?
We do, Mayor. At this time, I have 11 requests to speak in person, and at this time, I see 1 hand raised virtually.
All right.
So just a reminder, members of the public wishing to speak regarding an item shall submit a request to speak or raise their hand virtually within 9 minutes of the start of this public comment period, or before the public comment period is closed, whichever comes first. So we will start in Community Hall with Jennifer Griffin, followed by Michael Chu, followed by Paul Krupka. Welcome, Jennifer.
Can you hear? Okay. Yeah. Are we speaking for 1 minute or 2 minutes?
1 minute, please,
1
Jennifer.
minute. Okay,
Thank
then
you.
I'll be really quick. Yes, you know, back in '68, when 280 came in, it went over Mary. I went to Homestead, and there was possibility to be an overpass, but then again, 85 from 1991 gave extra property. I'm not against the Mary Avenue project. I just am sad that it's in a road right-of-way. I just had a couple of questions. This is only the 3rd time in Cupertino, actually the 2nd. Prune Ridge, Apple had to pay the city for the Prune Ridge property for the Apple campus. I was there at the time, went through the meetings. What is the monetary value of this right-of-way, and are we giving something away? Should we be getting money for it? Because land in Cupertino is exceedingly expensive. Also, I'm worried about Seish being vacated, but we can't. There's a 330 on one side, and Target might go. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. Next, we have Michael Chu, followed by Paul Krupka.
Can I have the overhead projector, please?
Yes, you should be able to use it. Video, would you be able to display the overhead projector?
I'll make this quick. Council members, I can't believe I need to come before you yet again to speak about the Mary Avenue project, but I guess here we are. I'm here because I'm exhausted watching you rush this while only Councilmember Ray Wong consistently speaks for the people who already live here. I'm also shocked at the other council members who try to silence Member Wong. This project removes a net 95 parking spaces along Mary Avenue on a narrow, city-owned strip that everyone knows is not unused asphalt. Those spaces are regularly used by nearby residents for Memorial Park and community events and by a local recycling operation that brings steady weekend traffic. Taking them away without real replacement is choosing to make our daily lives harder so this deal can move. You're also putting in around $9 million in public money and moving towards transferring this public land for $1 to secure tax credits while calling it a notice of exemption instead of requiring a full EIR, even though your own subservice.
Thank you, Michael. Next, we have Paul Krupka. Welcome, Paul.
Good evening. My name is Paul Krupka, owner of Krupka Consulting. I'm representing the Garden Gate Neighborhood Group tonight. I was here on February 3rd, and I'm glad to be back. I wanted to highlight some additional comments that I made in the Planning Commission letter that I sent to you for your consideration. On the topic of the parking evaluation, essentially not covering Mary Avenue during a major festival condition. Since I spoke to you on the 3rd, I developed an estimate of parking occupancy during the Kids and Fun Festival on August 23, 2025. I found that 229 vehicles were parked on Mary Avenue, which equals 95% of the existing supply. With the project and the removal of 95 parking spaces, the demand would exceed supply by 83 spaces. It is again clear to me that festival parking inundates Mary Avenue and creates a deficiency. This needs to be addressed. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Next, we have Mahesh, followed by Ranjan, followed by Lena. Welcome, Mahesh.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council members. My name is Mahesh Gurikar. I've been living in Cupertino for 40 years. About 30 years ago, there was a proposal to build an off-ramp off Mary Avenue, and all the residents opposed it, and City Council, they accepted the will of the people and canceled that project. I hope today you will cancel this project too, because the neighborhood people are opposed to it. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome, Ranjan, followed by Lena, followed by Janet and her group.
Yeah, thank you, council members, for allowing me to talk again one more time. I think this is all, it's very fast that it's not biased. It is biased here. All the decisions being made by the council members are all biased here. And actually the decision that these guys are making here, 9 days per year is completely wrong. There are hundreds of people who apply for the festivals of Mary Avenue Memorial Park, and they're not counted in the numbers at all. There's not at all 9, it's hundreds and hundreds in a year. And the other part which I was talking about is, the right-of-way is bigger, not because it was due to something else, because it's the only exit out of the gridlock of many, many houses. I have here like hundreds of residents who have signed here and who have not who have not come here for talking about this. But then, this is absolutely a small exit in the case of emergency for hundreds of gridlock houses, and there's only one exit out of onto the.
Thank you, Ranjan. Next, we have Lena, followed by Janet's group, followed by David Hollister. Welcome, Lena.
May I have the projector on, please?
Video, can you display? Thank you.
Good evening. I'd like to supplement Paul Krupka's report with evidence, since that is the focus of today's votes. I want to highlight 2 things that Vice Mayor Chow had alluded to today. The first is the Westport data showing the 19 parking spot on-site deficiency. One of the backup plans for the residents for over 171 units is for them to park off-site in San Jose, 8 miles away at Oakmont residential units. That's ridiculous. I don't know how you can call this land on Mary Ave underutilized, unnecessary, when you have a shortage right next door at the future Westport, Building 1. Number 2, and I'm going to send this as evidence for the record, the Memorial Park specific plan. Recommendation number 6 specifically says, maintain current parking configuration along Mary Avenue. Why are you guys changing it, taking things away, moving a lane to the other side? You have evidence right here.
Thank you, Lena. Next, we have Janet Van Zorn and her group. Janet, your group, you have about 3 minutes and 20 seconds, give or
Thank
take
you.
on my math.
Good evening, Mayor Moore and City Council members. This is Gia Pham from Housing Choices, my daughter Cindy, and her friend's father, Nader Vedat. And I just wanted to thank you very much for all of the diligence that you've put into bringing this Mary Avenue project as far as you have so far. And I want to thank you for considering all the factors and all the issues tonight and moving forward and helping this project to move forward. And we all want to give you a warm, fuzzy thank you for what you're doing for our community and for helping people who are of low economic means, and especially those who have IDD, intellectual and developmental disabilities. Thank you.
Thank you, Janet.
Thank you, community.
Next, we have David Hollister, followed by Pradeep, followed by Connie Cunningham. Welcome, David.
I'm a homeowner at Casa de Anza. My concerns, and I'm opposed to vacating and calling this site surplus, is that parking will be worse. We already have people coming in our parking space. 9 times is 9 times too many for violations like that. I'm also opposed to this because everything will be worse. It'll be less safe for bicyclists, less safe for pedestrians, even less safe for cars. It'll be congestion, and I'm also opposed to the city giving millions of dollars to an entity that doesn't benefit all of the residents. It's a private corporation with very limited scope. It's not for the benefit of the citizens of Cupertino.
Thank you, David. Next, we have Pradeep, followed by Connie Cunningham, followed by Jean Bedord. Welcome, Pradeep.
Hello, Mayor and Council members. My name is Pradeep Boj. I'm a nearby long-time resident of Cupertino for over 25 years, and I'm here to strongly object to this Mary Villas project and the vacation of the strip of land. When I first heard about this, I thought it was a ridiculous idea to have 40 units in such a small strip of land, and it's been used by high school jogging groups, bike lanes, pedestrians, and of course regular traffic, especially during events. So I think a project like this is more suited to a bigger chunk of land where Valco used to be, or a parking lot somewhere. So I think I'm here to again object to the vacation and the building of the villas here. Thank you.
Thank you, Pradeep. Next, we have Connie Cunningham, followed by Jean Bedord, followed by Yvonne Thorstensen. Welcome, Connie.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Moore and council members. My name is Connie Cunningham. I am a 38-year resident here and currently chair of the Housing Commission, speaking for my behalf only. I want to thank the city staff for their excellent work and to the city attorney for opinions we can rely upon that the project meets legal requirements. I urge you to approve the recommendations for agenda item 8 to make the project exempt from CEQA and the vacation of the portion of the public right-of-way located along Mary Avenue. This particular project does a beautiful job of balancing the needs of the city, including housing, roadway, parking, sidewalk, and bicycling. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Connie. Next, we have Jean Bedord, followed by Yvonne Thorstensen. Welcome, Jean.
Good evening. My name is Jean Bedord, and I am a Cupertino resident. I am here to ask that Ray Wong be recused from this item. The communication that is in the public record clearly indicates that he has prejudged this item. This is unethical behavior, and it should be removed. I urge you to approve this vacation. It is in the public best interest to vacate this property and provide for housing, which is so desperately needed. And the other items that on this agenda show that need. Thank you.
Thank you, Jean. Next, we have Yvonne Thorstensen. Welcome, Yvonne.
I was really hoping I could show this photograph from my high school. I had the opportunity to work with a group of students who were adjacent to our high school that were called the workshop school, and a group of my colleagues, my peers at high school, formed this group to make to do social activities for this group of people. And it was one of the most forming activities that I did in high school. And that's why I'm so excited to see this project come to fruition in Cupertino. This is a beautiful use of this dusty, unused property in Cupertino. And instead of paving paradise, we can unpave the parking lot and put up a paradise instead.
Thank you, Yvonne. Mayor, we'll move to the request to speak virtually. I'm seeing 4 hands raised. We will welcome San Rao. Welcome, San.
Good evening, Mayor Moore and council members. I wish to remind you that in the traffic studies that were submitted, they do not contain the coverage of the De Anza College proposed 25,000 square foot medical facility. Staff have done no research on the FHDA plans to put that medical facility in there. That is going to cause traffic, that's going to cause emergency vehicles. Your agenda packet does not cover that future scenario that is in the plans of FHDA. Furthermore, the Westport Senior Housing or Senior Assisted Living and Memory Care is adding 36 memory care units and 123 senior assisted living units for which there is no underground parking anymore, and that is not factored in. Furthermore, I draw your attention to written communications, page 177, where I have sent you a letter from HCD to the City of Ontario on SLA violations. The city is potentially in violations here because you cannot have an RFP ahead of surplus exempt. You cannot engage in single party negotiations ahead of surplus exempt.
Thank you, San. Next, we have Seema Linskog. Welcome, Seema.
Hi there. I want to echo what Jean Bedord said. So a couple of things. One is I really strongly encourage the council to adopt the resolution vacating the portion of the public right-of-way along the western border of Mary Avenue so that this development can be built. It is long overdue. They may be a minority of our residents, but we have to take care of our IDD residents. They are Cupertino residents, and they deserve to have a safe and comfortable place to live. I also think that Councilmember Ray Wong should have to recuse himself based on the communication that was obtained through the PRA in the disclosure documents, which clearly shows he has prejudged the matter and has been helping residents to fight this project behind the scenes. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Seema. Next, we have Mark. Welcome, Mark.
Hi, my comment is simple. In this quasi-judicial hearing, you must make a finding that such portion is unnecessary for present use. But as you must be aware, the parcel is actively used by both cars, bicycles, and pedestrians. Because the parcel is an actively used right-of-way, you cannot vacate it until such time as it is no longer necessary for present and prospective use. If it weren't for the housing proposal, this process would be going a lot more slowly. If you want to move forward, please attempt to reconfigure the street to eliminate the use of the parcel, and then we can all see if the parcel truly is no longer needed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. And our last speaker is Luis Sadati. Welcome, Luis.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, so I would ask the council to please vote yes to allow the Mary Avenue Villas to progress to final approval and development. It has been a slow, arduous 20-year process, starting with grassroots Cupertino community, including advocates for extremely low income, until the IDD, intellectually developed. These people are our residents. They are people, and they should be made to feel welcome to continue to live here as adults. And I would also like to support the motion that Ray Wang be recused from this, because his communication have showed that he is already formed opinions that are he's not open to all the residents, nor coming to a solution that is beneficial for the wider community.
Thank you, Luis. Mayor, that concludes the request to speak on this item.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. Do we have any further clarifying questions? If we have no further clarifying questions from members of the council, the public hearing portion is closed. Do we have any further clarifying questions? Councilmember Wong?
I'll yield my time for comments later. Thank you.
Okay, so we're looking for clarifying questions
From staff?
from the council. If there's no further clarifying questions, we'll close the hearing and then.
I do have a question.
Okay. Vice Mayor?
So the staff presentations, quote from the staff presentation, based on these facts, the council can determine that the right-of-way within the property limits is unnecessary for present or prospective public purposes. So we need to make that determination based on facts provided in today's agenda. So do we have any traffic analysis included in today's agenda for present and prospective public parking uses, which is the main use for this property right now? I do not believe I find any traffic study in today's agenda.
I don't believe this traffic study was provided with this agenda.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. And also the staff report did not really clearly specify how many public stalls are currently used in this property either. So it's really hard to even figure out whether this number of stalls would be necessary for present and or prospective public purposes, right?
With the project, there are 89 net stalls being lost, and those stalls aren't needed during most of the year. They are utilized during some of the festivals. And speaking with the Director of Parks and Recreation, they do require all festival coordinators to enter an agreement with De Anza College to secure parking on their property for the festivals.
And I do know that there are more community groups who hope to host more festivals in Memorial Park, not just 9. There might be more. And the De Anza College is starting to charge for parking, so whether that agreement would. But anyway, none of this is, we don't have a study on to that effect. Thank you.
Through the mayor.
Councilmember Wong?
I'd like to expand on the Vice Mayor's points. Why is there a lack of data to make a decision here in terms of studies on traffic? We've had to have private parties make a study. Why is there a lack of data on the other usage throughout the year? Why is the Memorial Park data not included in this? Why is there not a holistic view of this other than an opinion being made here? We're supposed to be data-driven. I mean, good governance requires incorporating neighborhood feedback. Good governance includes a holistic plan. Good governance would require we have a real traffic study. Good governance would require we be doing this data-driven. Good governance would mean we would stop rushing the process for the name of efficiency instead of getting the information. So why don't we have that data in the study, Director Mosley?
That data was provided with the project approval on February 3rd. There's a lot of information there for the project. This is not some brand new project that nobody is aware of. We have talked about this project at least half a dozen times over the last, seems, year or so. And that data was provided previously. This action is strictly to continue with the project with the vacation of the right-of-way. Hopefully that.
But the project requirement for submission to determine not having CEQA should have that in the packet, should have that in the confirmation, should have that for the public. That was the question. I yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you. So I believe we are now through with the clarifying questions from members of the council. The public hearing portion is closed. Do we have a motion and a second on this item? Councilmember Fruin?
I'll move approval of the staff recommended action.
Okay, and do we have a second?
I will second it for discussion purposes.
Okay, thank you. So moved by Councilmember Fruin, seconded by Councilmember Mohan, and we'll open it up for comments from the council. Vice Mayor Chow?
I do think that we need to create more housing for intellectually dependent population, and they are part of Cupertino, and we need this kind of housing in Cupertino. I was hoping to come in today to find sufficient evidence is provided so that I can support the vacation of the property, since I do know Mary Avenue project relies on this vacation. And the city attorney has stated that this particular action is a quasi-judicial action, so we have to make decision only based on the evidence that's available on the agenda today, or any supplemental desk item. I didn't find any other supplemental or desk item provided today. And based on the staff presentation, I'm quoting from the staff presentation, based on these facts, the council can determine, unfortunately, I would have to say, based on these facts, the council cannot determine that the right-of-way within the property limits is unnecessary for present and prospective public purposes. The reasons are the area to be most vacated is mostly currently used as parking stalls, as stated in the staff presentation. The only reason that has been provided in the resolution and the staff report is that there will be sufficient traffic lane and bike lane and sidewalk created, but that does not address the main issue, the use of parking. The number of parking stalls to be removed is not even mentioned in the staff report. And the impact of removing these parking stalls was not evaluated. The impact of the reduced parking supply in the Westport project area is not evaluated. The impact of added demand due to newly adopted 2024 Memorial Park Master Plan with more intensified uses was not evaluated. And the current festival use does not tell us what are the prospective future festival use for Memorial Park, which will be more since the housing element requires to increase our population by 25–30% like every 8 years. Therefore, the demand on parking will be more and more. But that's not evaluated. There is no evidence. Any parking study in a previous meeting is not in today's agenda. Therefore, I do not think there is sufficient evidence or facts that has been provided today to support the vacation of this parcel. If anyone disagree, please provide that evidence. Show me where I can find the evidence in today's agenda. Thank you.
Councilmember Fruin.
So part of the error in the reasoning that I just heard is about the standard review that we're using here, and it is one of the reasons why I asked the city attorney to opine on it. So we are here to consider this vacation pursuant to California Streets and Highway Code, Section 8324, which reads, if the legislative body finds from all of the evidence submitted that the street, highway, or public service easement described in the notice of hearing or petition is unnecessary for present or prospective public use, the legislative body may adopt a resolution vacating the street, highway, or public service easement. That perhaps sounds like a very strict standard, but let's hear what the Court of Appeal has to say on what exactly this means. Because this is not the first time that someone has argued that the only way that you can vacate a street is if you can demonstrate that nobody ever wants to use it, or that there needs to be some particular quantum of evidence that an individual council member can't find. Under its plain meaning, the word unnecessary connotes something that is not essential or needed for the continuing existence or functioning of something. Similarly, if something is not needed by the public, this condition means that it is not required, which is different from stating that the item is not wanted or desired by individual citizens. These definitions are consistent with the statutory language, providing that this is the opinion of the legislative body that determines whether a road is no longer needed. The word opinion implies that the legislature, here the city council, intended to provide the local legislative body with substantial discretionary authority to determine whether, in its policy judgment, a road continues to be necessary for traffic circulation purposes. And I think you've got plenty of evidence that it is, in fact, still able to serve its purpose. It's a two-lane street. It will be a two-lane street after this vacation. The only thing that's missing is some parking. We have plenty of other evidence as to what the new use should be, based upon the need to be consistent with our housing element. So I really don't understand how one can square this standard with the need to provide everything that the vice mayor is asking for. So I just want to make sure that it's clear what we're doing here. This is about our policy judgment. It's not the type of evidentiary hearing that it seems like the vice mayor wants to transform it into.
I do see a hand raised from Councilmember Wong. Councilmember Wong.
Hi, I respect Councilmember Fruin's legal prowess in the Airport Business Center versus Santa Rosa case. There's a point on part 3 that basically says there needs to be written finding.
You might need to be louder. We can't hear you.
I apologize. Sorry. While I do respect Councilmember Fruin's legal prowess here, I understand that in the Airport Business Center ruling versus Santa Rosa, Part 3, the requirement to make findings, in that case, the appellant contends the city abused its discretion by not supporting its surplus land designation with written findings. We are basically not supporting why this is surplus land with written findings because we have not done the test. We have not provided the data behind it. So while this is an appellate court ruling, which is true, and it's available for every state and every court, and it's the rule of the state of the land, the circumstances are a little bit more nuanced. And so I would challenge or argue that we're basically not doing our due diligence to figure out, is this CEQA ready or not CEQA ready? And by not having the data here and having the data available to the public in this specific ruling, we are violating that law. Now, it might be a strict interpretation, and I'm not a lawyer, as you can tell, but as a commoner and as a common person, these laws are designed to protect our neighborhoods, our quality of life, our residents. And the fact that we are rushing a process and putting the cart before the horse only makes it even worse. And we are using procedure to try to silence council members from figuring out what's going on, having conversations with both sides, supporting different opinions. That's even crazier. That would scare anyone who's like opposed to this project, saying, hey, look, everyone's trying to go after one council member here. So the point here being is that, yes, it is nuanced. And so do we meet the same standards of this appellate ruling? That's the question. It's a little bit more nuanced than what's being portrayed by Councilmember Fruin here. So I'll leave it at that.
Councilmember Mohan.
I just wanted to pick up on something Councilmember Wong said, that there wasn't adequate information about why this project should be exempt from CEQA. I hope I said that right, Councilmember Wong. But we did have the city attorney tell us exactly why this project should be exempt from the CEQA hearing, or CEQA regulations. But I also wanted to go back on the vacation of the public right-of-way. And this is for staff, in your reasons for recommendations and available options in your staff report, you say the vacation can occur without adverse effect. So what is adverse effect? What would constitute adverse effect?
In this case, we're talking about public progression along Mary Avenue. Mary Avenue is a neighborhood street. People utilize it to get to their residences, and with the project, the residents will continue to be able to get to their homes along the street. We do have adequate vehicle lanes, bicycle lanes, and pedestrian facilities to allow that progression and that use of the public right-of-way.
Okay, so the loss of 83 parking spaces in itself does not make for adverse effect. Is that what you're saying?
In my opinion, no. It's a public right of way, not necessarily a public right to park.
Okay, and one last question. We heard residents of the neighborhood talk about the traffic situation during festivals and how crowded it is with Memorial Park spaces being filled up, streets and De Anza. And the De Anza College parking may be available, may not be available in the future. Do you look at the whole picture when you said this can occur without adverse effect, or are you looking specifically at the Mary Avenue site?
I'm not 100% sure what the question is there, but we are focused on the Mary Avenue site.
Okay. The question is, do you consider the traffic situation, not just on Mary Avenue, but on the De Anza parking and the street parking and basically the loss of 83 spaces?
Maybe I can just answer that. The street remains functional. The sidewalk, the thoroughfare, the right-of-way remains functional. And the question is, what's the value of the parking? And I think that is the question before this council. You're deciding, would we prefer to have a 40-unit affordable housing project for the intellectually and developmentally disabled population, or would we rather have the parking spaces? That's the policy question here. And so the information that you're seeking in the staff report, it's really unnecessary because the question really is that.
Okay. I may come back to that later, but for now, thank you.
Thank you, and I have a question for the city attorney regarding this. So our resolution 26024 includes a specific legal finding regarding the administrative record. The City Council has duly considered the full record before it, including the staff report and other evidence and materials submitted or provided to the council. The city argues that because they're already approved in the architectural and site approval permit, February 3rd, 2026, the studies associated with the prior approval are part of the whole of the administrative record and do not need to be reattached to every subsequent procedural vote. Madam City Attorney, can you confirm for the record that the November 2025 transportation study is considered part of the administrative record for tonight's item, even though it is not physically attached to the staff report? And does that satisfy our burden of proof for the unnecessary for public use finding?
You know, I think that a court would include the information provided with approval of the disposition and development agreement in looking at what constitutes the administrative record. But I...
And also, pardon, we are bypassing CEQA.
Correct.
I'm not entirely sure why you would be going into CEQA documents if you're CEQA exempt.
Correct. Correct.
Okay. And also, with regards to the width of the street, going back to that 94 feet, so that's a relic of when this area was designed the first time. So it is actually quite unusual to have such a wide right-of-way in this area. So for a minor residential street, it would only be about 50 feet, and you would not even have bicycle lanes. You'd have sharrows, if you have that marked. Okay. Councilmember Fruin?
Yeah, I just want to reiterate the sort of distinction here. This is, as the court is noting, and as the city attorney is, I think, trying to underscore, the question before us is a policy judgment, ultimately. So I certainly appreciate the notation to the reincorporation of other documents into the record, and I agree with the city attorney that if a court were reviewing all of this, it would all be in one go. The entirety of the record would be considered at once. But this is ultimately a policy judgment. And just for the sake of clarity as well, the case that I am reading from is not the one that is mentioned in the staff report with respect to the Surplus Land Act. This is the Citizens for Improved Sorrento Access, Inc. versus the City of San Diego. It's 118 CalApp 808 for the sake of those who want to look it up. This is specific to the vacation of a public right-of-way and the standard that has to be followed. It's different from the Surplus Land Act.
This appears to be one of the rare times when the council really has discretion over a development project.
Okay. Thank you. Councilmember Fruin, need more time? Okay. Vice Mayor Chow, and we should be wrapping up before we go to a vote.
I'm sharing the screen with the resolution, and at the bottom of the first page, it says that the legal effect of the DDA. Okay, I'm sharing the screen on the first, at the bottom of the first page of the resolution. It states that the legal effect of the DDA will be contingent upon independently finding the vacation area unnecessary for present or prospective public use. So this is why I mentioned earlier, the finding of vacation should be independent of its future use. as an affordable housing project. We should be able to find, independent of that DDA or any evidence provided in the DDA, that the vacation area is unnecessary for present or prospective public use, which include traffic or parking. And the parking is, for a lot of projects, is the required portion of any project, and including memorial parks, park master plan. So now I'm hearing this circular argument that somehow this decision can use evidence from the DDA or earlier, but then, so are they independent or are they not independent?
This is an independent decision,
So it's
the decision to
Okay.
vacate the property.
And it's quasi-judicial,
Correct.
not policy decision. Quasi-judicial decision is not a policy decision.
No, I do think it is a policy decision. It's a
But it's
decision.
also quasi-judicial, which should be based on evidence presented today.
It's definitely a principled values decision that the council is making today, based on, a specific set of evidence, records, testimony.
Okay, thank you.
Madam City Attorney, we do have we have a motion, we have a second, yes? Okay, do you have any alterations with regards to the resolution?
I don't. I do for the resolution for the next item.
The next item, okay, very well. So I thought I
believe I
saw
still
a
have a few
hand raised
precious seconds
from-
left.
Pardon?
So, I
Councilmember
still believe
Wong, your hand's raised?
Yeah, I believe I have still some precious seconds left here. I do have a question, and just really as based on the evidence that's there. In the packet, I did not see a form that we normally fill out. There's a form for a street easement vacation that I believe Public Works has. And so I'm curious to see where that form is in the evidence packet. I want to know where all the utility consents are, if they've been filled out and completed. I want to know if the utilities that provide service in Cupertino need to be contacted. Have we contacted those utilities? And how many of those were contacted and how many consented and where are those letters? I also want to know which utilities were contacted. None of that's there. So it's part of the process. We don't even have that or haven't seen it. Maybe it's, there's a lot of documents to read. I don't know if our residents have even gotten to that. So it's just another consideration for you to think about, Madam Mayor.
Vice Mayor?
Just for the record, I would like to mention that in the proposed resolution, the draft resolution, the word parking is not even mentioned. So the most adverse impact of the vacation of the property is not even mentioned in the resolution. Whether you consider that sufficient adverse impact or not, it doesn't even mention it will not be an impact or not. So I think this resolution is not adequate. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, if I might.
Please, Councilmember Fruin.
In the draft resolution let's see which recital number this is. Well, I'll go to page 3. The first recital that is actually visible does note all of the public utilities that have been noticed and that no objection letters have been obtained from any of those entities.
Vice Mayor? Okay. All right. So I'm hearing no further questions or comments on this item. Well, comments, I should say. Madam City Clerk, will you please conduct the roll call vote?
Yes, Mayor. Councilmember Fruin?
Aye.
Councilmember Mohan?
Aye.
Councilmember Wong?
Nay.
Vice Mayor Chow?
Nay.
Mayor Moore?
Aye.
The motion carries with Councilmember Wong and Vice Mayor voting no.
Okay, thank you, Madam City Clerk. We'll now move on to action calendar item 9, considering the adoption of a resolution declaring the Mary Avenue property exempt surplus land. Madam City Manager, do we have a staff report?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to turn it over to our city attorney to lead this item as well.
Good evening again, Mayor and Council. I will present the presentation on the Mary Avenue Surplus Land Act Declaration. Do you see the presentation? Yeah. See if I can figure out how to advance this. Here we go. So tonight's action is to consider adopting a resolution declaring the Mary Avenue property located along the westerly edge of Mary Avenue exempt surplus land under the California Surplus Land Act. And the recommended action will be to adopt the resolution that was included in the packet that we'll get to a little later in the presentation. So the property that we're talking about is the same property that we were just talking about. It's parcel 1, and it's on the map there on the left at the bottom. And then a larger zoom out from the property. Here's another photo of it, and it does show right of it appears to be some vacant land and then the parking area. The background. Back in fiscal year 2021-22, the city adopted a work program, and this project was initiated at that time. In 2023, the parcel that I just showed you was created. In 2024, it was rezoned with the housing element, specifically with this project in mind. And on February 3rd of this year, a low-income housing project approved by the City Council was approved by the City Council, and it's that project is contingent upon this decision, among other actions. The area mostly serves as parking stalls. Our information is it's underutilized parking except for festivals, which are approximately 9 days a year. Here's a detail of the property. So the Surplus Land Act requires, before the city disposes of surplus land, it comply with the requirements of this act. It defines surplus land as land owned in fee simple that is not necessary for an agency's use. An agency's use includes land used or planned to be used for agency work or operations pursuant to a written plan adopted by the governing body. The property is not currently used for city operations and is not identified in an adopted plan for future city work or operational use. A local agency is not required to find that land is of no public use in order to determine that it is surplus. Pursuant to the government code, when a publicly owned non-vacant site is to be included in a housing element site, the city must describe the existing use, disclose any plans to dispose of the property, and during the planning period, dispose of the property during the planning period, and explain how it will comply with the Surplus Land Act. HCD found the city's housing element to be in substantial compliance pursuant to the government code, which necessarily includes review of the site's suitability and availability for residential development. Accordingly, based on the site's identification for an affordable housing project, its underutilized parking condition, and the city's adopted housing policies, the city may determine that the project is surplus land under the Surplus Land Act. So in this instance, when a city is planning on disposing of surplus land, usually they have to go through a whole notice period, and it's, quite involved, the process. Our project, the Mary Avenue project, is a 100% affordable housing project. And so the Surplus Land Act exempts a project like ours from having to go through all of that procedure of noticing the world that the property is available, et cetera. It makes for a much more efficient process. Because our property is 100% of residential units are restricted to low or moderate income households, At least 75% of the units are restricted for lower income, and the affordability is secured by a recorded covenant for a period of 55 years. In fact, ours is secured for 99 years. The council may determine that the project qualifies as exempt surplus land under the Surplus Land Act. So we qualify for that exemption. So tonight's action is to consider adopting a resolution declaring the Mary Avenue property exempt surplus land. And I present you the recommended action, which is to adopt the resolution that was included in the packet, but I would like to make one minor alteration. And the minor alteration is to, under the section, now therefore be it resolved in the resolutions, section number 3, you'll notice that paragraph, most of the paragraphs end with a period. This one ends with an and the third prong was omitted there, and I'll read the third prong, which is 3. Although a portion of the property has been used for public parking purposes, it is not essential for the agency's operational needs and thus appropriately declared as surplus land. And then it cites to the case that has been referred to earlier, Airport Business Center versus City of Santa Rosa. So that is the recommended action of staff.
All right. Thank you, Madam City Attorney. Do we have any clarifying questions from the council at this time? I'm not seeing any hands raised. Okay, so we're going to go out for public comment. Madam City Clerk, do we have members of the public who would like to comment on this item? And again, we'll be providing 1 minute per individual. Groups of 5 will have 4 minutes. You have speaker cards for this?
Yes, Mayor. I have about 10 requests to speak in person, and at this time, 1 hand raised virtually.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, so members of the public wishing to speak regarding this item shall submit a request to speak or raise their hand virtually within 9 minutes of the start of public comment or before the public comment period is closed, whichever comes first. So at this time, we will move to in-person. We have Jennifer Griffin, followed by Sunil, followed by Ranjan. Welcome, Jennifer.
And just as a reminder that we're speaking to item 9, the resolution declaring the Mary Avenue property exempt surplus land.
And we have 1 minute, is that correct? Okay. I calculated that this property is worth $855,000 at $45,000 per parking space, 19 of them that is Washington, D.C. It might be worth more than that. Yes, I do want Mary Avenue Villas to proceed, but this is an unusual location to have affordable housing on the side of a road. So I want to make sure that if Cupertino does declare this surplus, even if it is 99 years, we get it back. Well, I don't know, are you putting any stipulation in if this project does not proceed within X amount of time? Is this property being deeded to someone? Will Cupertino retain ownership of it? I really want to make sure that nothing strange happens with this property if for some reason, in a reasonable amount of time, this project does not proceed. We get it back. I'm dubious of surplusing land, but we get it back.
Thank you, Jennifer.
Thank you.
Next, we have Sunil, followed by Ranjan, followed by Connie Cunningham. Welcome, Sunil.
Thank you. Hello, council members. I'm Sunil. I'm a resident of Cupertino for about 15 years now, and I use the Mary Avenue continuously on a daily basis. It's a nightmare to go through that process right now of traffic, and having these villas out there and calling this a non-surplus land is going to be an issue for us as a resident. There's a lot more traffic in that area. It's not a safe place to go every day with the schools in the morning. And there's a lot of other public transportation. The Cupertino has a storage facility there, where there's a lot of heavy vehicles transport in that area with the school children out there and residents trying to cross in the morning times, and having this villa it's going to be a nightmare out there. It's a safety issue. I really oppose this, this land to be converted. And I just want to raise this issue as a safety concern for the residents. And that's the only way out exit for us on the Meteor Drive and other adjacent locations for us to go out towards the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Sunil. Next, we have Ranjan, followed by Connie Cunningham, followed by Janet Van Zoren, if she's still here for the group. Welcome, Ranjan.
Hello. I heard again the 9 number here. There are no 9 festivals at all. We are given wrong information, wrong evidence here to misguide the council members here, and that's not fair. I would like to repeat that again and make sure that it is not 9 at all. It is a 9 festival that happened in Memorial Park, and it is more than 9 definitely, maybe like in hundreds, okay? The other part that I want to say is about the right-of-way is bigger because of it's the only exit. It's kind of a safety issue here for all. I'm not against Mary Avenue Villas, but it's kind of, this is not the place for it to happen here, right? So, and the right-of-way had to be done before, much before the start of project, but this is the next thing which we are, it was very clear to me that everyone here who voted here was biased. And this was actually kind of the thing which says that there should not be predefined prejudice about this. But I see that it's been happening, and they're only it's very clear. Thank you.
Thank you, Ranjan. Next, we have Connie Cunningham, followed by Janet Van Zoren's group, followed by Lena. Welcome, Connie.
Good evening, Mayor Moore, Vice Mayor Chow, council members, city manager, and city attorney. Thank you again to the city staff for their excellent work and to the city attorney for opinions we can rely upon that the project meets legal requirements. I urge council to approve the recommendations for agenda item 9, find the project exempt from CEQA, and declare the Mary Avenue property to be exempt surplus land pursuant to the provision of the Surplus Land Act codified in the California Government Code. This project strikes a good balance among city needs: housing, roadway, parking, pedestrians, and bicycling. My name is Connie Cunningham, 38-year resident, currently chair of the Housing Commission, speaking for myself only. Thank you so much for this time to speak.
Thank you, Connie. Next, we have Janet. Nope. Okay. Next, we have Lena.
May I use the projector again, please?
Yes, video, would you be able to display the projector? Thank you.
I am speaking in opposition of the vote, the remaining vote tonight. I did want to address 2 things. The first is the comment that the streets remain functional at 94 feet. Okay, but we have to look at the lanes that are being narrowed. The 2 traffic lanes are being narrowed to 11 feet each. In this photo, you can see the 10-foot wide service truck going back to the Cupertino Service Center at the end of Mary Avenue, right by the bike bridge. Over 75 vehicles pass every day. You can see there's safety concerns. When you narrow the lane further from this current condition, this is what it's going to look like. The trucks are going to sway, doors are going to open and hit cars, trucks. That's an unaddressed issue that Paul Krupta has addressed in his evidentiary submittal to the record. Secondly, the November parking report by Hexagon is insufficient and underestimates the traffic count. It was performed during spring break. People were out of town. I'm going to submit all of this as evidence for the record.
Thank you, Lena. Next, we have Jean Bedord, followed by Yvonne Thorstensen, followed by Pradeep. If Pradeep would like to speak again. Welcome, Jean.
Thank you. My name is Jean Bedord, and I'm a resident of Cupertino, and I will be brief. Please approve this. It's been a long, drawn-out process. I can't believe how much time we have spent on a project that makes a lot of sense. The council has identified a piece of land that can be put to better use to benefit the Cupertino residents. So let's finish the job. Approve it tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Jean. Next, we have Yvonne Thorstensen.
Hello again. 1 minute is such a short period of time, but I just wanted to reiterate my enthusiastic support for this Mary Avenue Villas project and my belief that this is a really best use of this surplus property, and that taking this resolution today to finish the declaration and move this project along is the right thing to do. It's the right thing for the legacy of the city to build for the future, and to welcome new neighbors into a small, vibrant community filled with people, not cars. Thank you.
Thank you, Yvonne. Next, we have Pradeep, followed by Kiran. Welcome, Pradeep.
Yeah, I would like to repeat the same thing, that this project it causes safety concerns, as presented by Lynn or someone about. I think that's a very good incident of having too many cars in a narrow strip of road and having apartment complexes and adding to the traffic. So I think it'll be huge traffic congestions during events and even regular peak time traffic. And I'm a nearby resident. I use this section very regularly to go in and out and get to the freeways. So again, I object to the whole project for this strip of land. Thank you.
Thank you, Pradeep. Next, we have Kiran. Welcome, Kiran.
Hello, good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council members. My name is Kiran Varshni Arora. I am part of the Cupertino Rotary Club Housing Corporation. I'm a board member, but today I'm speaking on my own behalf as an individual. So I want to really commend the City Council members for following a stepwise process of review, public hearing, and then approval. Regarding the item 9 that we are discussing today and my comments, this is a priority housing element site. It is 100% affordable housing as has been allocated by the project. It's inclusive. It includes allocation for the IDD population, individual with development disabilities. In the last Planning Commission meeting of February 10th, the Planning Commission they've adopted the resolution finding that the location, purpose, and extent of the disposition of the Mary Avenue project site is consistent with the general plan.
Thank you, Kiran. That is your time. Mayor, we will move to the request to speak virtually. We have 2 hands raised. Welcome, San.
Good evening, Mayor Moore and council members. I'm planning commissioner speaking on behalf of myself only. I want to bring to your attention that the actions you're taking right now are not in compliance with the noticing period. The noticing period for even exempt surplus requires a 30-day notice period after the land is owned in fee simple by the city. The land is not owned in fee simple by the city until the vacation is complete, until the resolution to vacate is signed, and until a 30-day period is provided for residents to comment. So the timeline that follows between vacation and the exempt surplus deeming is basically that once the public hearing is held and council adopts the resolution to vacate, you then need to record the vacation and publish that, and the public body response has a 30-day window from the notice of receipt to be able to object or appeal to the vacation. And until that window elapses, you cannot start the exempt surplus.
Thank you, San. Next, we have Luis Sadati. Welcome, Luis.
Hi, can you hear me now?
We can hear you.
Okay. Thank you for the time that you're spending on this meeting and all the other meetings. I would ask you to vote yes on this item. This vote is needed to allow the Mary Avenue Villas to progress to final approval and development. It's been a slow, arduous 20-year process. And there's been many council meetings and planning commission meetings and studies with many issues having been addressed, including traffic and safety. And people can continue to throw objections repeatedly, recycling them for another 20 years. But it's been 20 years, it's time to move on. This site is part of the required housing element that HCD approved. June 16, 2026 is the HCD deadline for Cupertino to meet the housing element required for below market housing. We need to keep the housing that is below market in our housing element. Thank you.
Thank you, Louise. Mayor, that concludes the request to speak on this item.
All right, thank you, Madam City Clerk. Do we have any questions, comments, or a motion from the council at this time? I see a hand raised by Councilmember Wong.
Thank you. I just want some clarification from our city attorney, if possible. And it's more of a nuanced question involving two separate legal processes. We've got street vacation under the California Streets and Highway Safety Code and exempt surplus land declaration under the Surplus Land Act. And so are these two separate processes, City Attorney?
They are.
Okay, and if they are two separate processes, are we allowed to legally collapse them into one act here? Because from my understanding and talking to some other experts in this field, the land has to first be vacated before it can be declared surplus. You can't declare land, former street, right-of-way, or easement surplus under State Code 5422 1F1E until the vacation is complete and the land is owned in fee simple by us, the local agency. Is that true or not?
I don't know exactly the law on that point, but we did do the vacation first. They are two separate actions, and the vacation passed, and then we moved to the Surplus Land Act exemption approval.
And then in the vacation process, under the notification requirements in the California State Highway Code 8323, before any vacation can occur, at least 2 weeks before the day set for the public hearing, notices of vacation must be posted along the street or public service easement proposed to be vacated. The question to staff, have we done that?
I see Director Mosley chatting yes, and it's my understanding that that did happen. We checked in throughout the process, and that did occur.
Okay, and then under California State Highway Code 83224, the City Council should hear evidence offered by interested persons at the above required public hearing, which is this. If the City Council finds from all the evidence submitted that the public street or public service easement is unnecessary for present or prospective public use, the City Council may then adopt a city engineer reports and findings to vacate. Do we feel that that's been sufficient in terms of the evidence so far?
I do believe that it has been sufficient this evening, yes.
Even without traffic studies and data and information that the residents continue to bring up?
Point of order. Isn't this the vacation item? Like we're rehearing it.
Excuse me, Councilman. The mayor is accurate. We just heard that item. That was the item we heard before.
But
the
in the exempt
Land
surplus land declaration process, once vacation is complete and the land is agency owned, then that triggers its own procedural requirements. So are we combining both at once here?
No, we're not. We managed the two questions separately.
Okay. I just want to double check. Thank you.
Thank you for that the question there, because that was something we debated during the agenda setting process, and we were, because we knew that we would end up hearing two items and that we would end up having two public comment periods on the item, making it potentially a very, very long item. So we had hoped that we could combine the items, but it turned out that I don't know if the word is, could not, but we did not. do that.
Mayor,
And that's
did we?
why we wanted to see if we could have a combined hearing with the action item, because one of the items rises to the level of being a public hearing and the other does not. So that's how this came
Mayor,
to
did you-
be, that's how this came to be, that we have a hearing item and an action calendar item. Councilmember Wong, do you have further comments or questions?
Mayor, I appreciate that clarity in the agenda setting. And during the agenda setting process, did we, as the local agency, provide
Pardon,
notice?
this is not an item about agenda setting, so please stick to the, is the item
Did we provide
with
proper
regards
notice at
to
least
the
30 days before the
exempt?
exemption takes
Pardon?
effect?
Okay, I'm sorry, Councilmember Wong. The item is a resolution declaring the Mary Avenue property exempt surplus land under the California
germane.
Surplus Land Act. Do you have a question or comment to that item?
Mayor, I appreciate that, and the nuance is not in your agenda setting. The nuance is in the thought process in general. As the city, have we provided notice at least 30 days before this exemption takes effect? Because you can't, when you combine the two, and I understand the expediency and the need and the bias for action here, but don't we have to provide 30 days before the exemption takes effect for the surplus land before you can then vacate it? I mean, the order of operations seems incorrect here, and City Attorney, can you validate that?
I don't believe the order of operation is incorrect, and once the council acts on the current agenda item, if it passes, then we deliver the resolution to HCD for its review and approval within 30 days of the item passing.
We don't have to do any noticing at all, City Attorney?
All of the noticing for the vacation already occurred, the separate item. Under the Surplus Land Act, I don't think we need to do any noticing.
Maybe I have bad advice, and maybe this is not true, but I believe the order is vacation followed by surplus exempt, and a 30-day notice is required after vacation. If you notice before it occurs, then that's biased, and noticing is needed for surplus land exempt. Is there an exception to that noticing in this case?
I don't really know what you mean by noticing. I consider noticing to be the time when you tell the public that an action is going to be taken. Pay attention. If you want to participate, here's your notice. Here's when you can participate. Notice to HCD is a different thing. That's where the city sends its package to HCD to say, hey, HCD, agree that we're exempt so we can move forward. And HCD has 30 days to provide their feedback to you. But those are two completely different kinds of noticing, and the city is complying with both in the right order.
So we have 30-day notice for the surplus land vacation?
It's not a vacation. The Surplus Land Act is not a vacation.
Designation, sorry.
Exemption, yeah, correct. We have 30 days, to notify HCD that we are claiming the exemption, so that
What
we
about
don't.
the public?
Pardon me?
Does the public need 30 days notice?
No, this is not notice to the public. This is notice to HCD so that HCD can decide if they agree that you qualify for the exemption.
Okay, so this is the government code 54221B for HCD guidelines and 103C1 30-day notice period.
That's what I'm talking about.
Okay, thank you.
Madam City Attorney, I would verify that code.
Thank you. I probably should verify the code. Yeah.
With that the numbers are accurate. Okay. Do I have any further comments or clarifying questions from the council, or do we have a motion? This time, do we have, actually, could we have a motion for our deliberation purposes? Councilmember Fruin, I believe.
So I'll make the motion for the purpose of deliberation to approve the staff recommended action with the amendment that was offered by the city attorney at the top of the discussion.
Okay, Moore, second. So motion by Fruin, seconded by Moore. Move back, home panel. Vice Mayor Chow?
Just follow up on the questions from the public. I think one person asked about what would happen to the exempt property after it's sold or leased to another party. I think we have covered this in the last time, but could you remind the public what was the decision? After today, the DDA will be in effect, and then what would happen to this property?
The DDA very clearly states that if for some reason the property is not developed, that the property would come back to the city. The likelihood of that happening, though, is very low because once the tax credits are allocated and the tax credit partners who now own a very valuable asset and only remains valuable if the project is built and if it remains affordable during the regulatory period, those partners will be watching, and if it appears the project is going sideways, they will have every incentive to protect their investment and ensure that the project is built. But setting that aside, if for some reason the project is not built, the land will come back to the city. And at the end of the 99 years, the city has the opportunity to repurchase the property for the cost only of the fair market value of the improvements on the property without having to pay for the land.
Yes, so just to clarify, so as of right now, the DDA, we will sell the property to the applicant, which would be now at Mary Avenue LP, which would be a company that's created based on the resolution. And then there will be covenant that all the below market rate units will be below market rate for 99 years, right?
Correct.
Is that correct? Okay, thank you. And the other second question from the public is about the traffic from the service center. So, so how much is the traffic from the service center? And there was a picture of a large truck. I don't assume that's not a typical city truck, right?
Perhaps we can ask Director Mosley to chime in on that.
This is a screenshot I saved.
Hello, if you wouldn't mind repeating the question.
So the public was concerned about the traffic from service center, how frequent is the traffic and the size of the trucks from the service center. There is a picture, I'm not sure, probably not a typical city truck.
Yeah, that photo, I'm not sure is a city truck. It could be, but I'm not 100% sure. Our typical vehicles are what they like to call medium-duty trucks, which are your Ford F-250s, Ford F-150s. We do have some larger vehicles. We have our vac truck, which is going to be wider than your typical truck, but they all are legal widths.
So the 11 feet street after the reconfiguration will be sufficient to accommodate those trucks?
Yes.
Thank you.
Madam City Attorney, with regards to the resolution, I would like to have agenda packet PDF page 153 examined with regards to the affordability number of years. I think there might be a relic of the 55 on it from before. And there's a, yes. So it is a PDF page 153, and it is the second page of the resolution. First paragraph at the top, about halfway through. It says households at an affordable rent for at least 55 years. Is that correct, or should it say is it affordable rent for 99 years? I know we made this change, and it might be a relic of prior editions.
If I might interject, I think it is simply reciting the words of the statute.
Right. Correct.
Yeah.
The statute only requires it be, the covenant lasts for 55 years.
Okay. Okay, because I know there's some confusion on which one. Okay, so we don't have to make any edit on that particular page.
It does mention 99 years in another section where it mentions the covenants.
Okay, wonderful. Okay, so we have a motion, we have a second. Madam City Clerk, if we have no further comments, will you please conduct the roll call vote?
If I may, one comment. I find that in this draft resolution, it does mention that when we adopted the general plan, we anticipate the vacation of the on-street parking. So the vacation should have been for on-street parking, but we didn't really address that issue. Somehow, this is mentioned in this resolution. This, I think, should have been addressed in the other resolution.
Vice Mayor, I think that the right-of-way, including the parking, is all part of the street. So that's the part of the street that's the parking.
Yeah, but in this resolution, it specifically mentioned we anticipate disposition of the property, including vacation of the on-street parking, because that's what this portion is being vacated is mainly used for. Because the street and the bike path is all retained. What's really vacated is on-street parking. But whether that on-street parking is needed or not, was not addressed.
All right.
Yeah.
Madam City Clerk,
So-
will you please conduct the roll call vote?
Certainly. Councilmember Fruin.
Aye.
Councilmember Mohan. Aye. Councilmember Wong.
Nay.
Vice Mayor Chow.
Yeah, I think based on the same reason that I cannot find we have provided enough reason to say the city does not need this portion of the property for on-street parking based on the evidence provided for current and present and prospective uses for on-street parking. So I have to vote no.
Mayor Moore.
Aye.
The motion carries with Wong and Chow voting no.
Thank you. And does the council need to have a 5-minute break, or shall we keep going?
I would love a
Heard
5-minute
a-
break.
Okay, so we will return at 9:59, and we'll have a 5-minute break.
Should we make it 10?
Okay. Thank you, Council. Our next item is action item 10, acceptance of the city manager's mid-year financial report with a budget modification. And Madam City Manager, do we have a staff report?
Thank you, Mayor. We have a staff report, and we have several attachments with the staff report. We also have a presentation tonight. This is the mid-year financial report for fiscal year 25-26, which provides an update on the city's financial status as of December 31st, 2025, and budget requests for council to consider. Presenting this tonight will be Jonathan Orozco, our Acting Admin Services Director, and Tony Oyase Anderson, Acting Budget Manager. And with that, I will turn it over to them.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor Moore and council members. Tonight, we are presenting the City Manager's mid-year financial report for the fiscal year 2025-2026, which provides an update to the city's financial condition as of December 31st, 2025. This report includes an updated 10-year financial forecast, a mid-year review of revenues and expenditures, and recommended budget adjustments. Tonight's presentation will cover 5 areas. First, an update to the 10-year financial forecast. Second, a mid-year update to the current fiscal year's budget, including revenues and expenditures through December 31st. Third, a requested mid-year budget adjustments by department. Fourth, a few additional budget-related items staff would like to highlight. And finally, the recommended action for council consideration. This slide shows the updated baseline for the general forecast for the next 10 years. Under the current assumptions, the city remains structurally balanced for the approximately 7 years through fiscal year 2032. However, the forecast shows structural deficits emerging in the final years of the forecast, primarily due to the anticipated sunset of the user utility tax, or the utility user tax, in fiscal year 2030-2031, and the absence of a new or renewed revenue source. It is important to note that this baseline scenario does not include several factors, including the proposed 36% sheriff's contract increase, potential revenue measures currently under consideration, potential business license increase from recent council actions, and future costs associated with the City Hall project. Staff will continue refining these projections as additional information becomes available. This slide illustrates a second forecast scenario incorporating the proposed 36% increase in the sheriff's contract beginning in fiscal year 2026-2027. Under this scenario, the city would experience structural deficits throughout the entire forecast period because the contract increase represents a significant ongoing expenditure adjustment. Staff continues to coordinate with the neighboring jurisdictions and Santa Clara County to better understand the cost drivers behind the proposed increase. As these discussions continue, staff will return to council with updated projections and potential policy options. We will now transition to the mid-year financial update portion of the presentation, which will be presented by Acting Budget Manager Tony Oyase Anderson, who will walk through the revenue and expenditure updates across the city funds.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. As mentioned, I will now review how the current year is trending compared to mid-year of last year. So as of December 31st, 2025, the city's amended budget across all funds is $228.9 million, an increase from the adopted budget of $136.1 million. The amended budget is higher due to carryovers, encumbrances, and additional adjustments approved by council in the first 2 quarters of the fiscal year. So carryovers are budget amounts that are not spent but carried over to the new fiscal year for unfinished projects and or purchases. Encumbrances are dollars related to a contract that have not yet been spent but are set aside. And there are additional adjustments that were approved by the City Council between July 1st and December 31st, 2025. The largest carryovers and encumbrances in the general fund are primarily due to dollars associated with the RISE project. Carryovers and encumbrances in the special revenue and capital project funds are due to multi-year CIP projects that are fully budgeted and carried over until the project is completed. Additional information on carryovers and these budget adjustments can be found in attachment C of this staff report. As of mid-year, general fund total revenue is $42.7 million, which is $0.8 million or 2% higher than last mid-year period. The increase is primarily due to revenue categories for intergovernmental revenue and sales tax, offset by use of money and property and other financing sources. Intergovernmental revenue had increased by $2.7 million over the same period last year, primarily due to the receipt of a $3.7 million transportation grant from Apple, which is offset by less monies received for state grants this mid-year period. Sales tax revenue as of mid-year totals $7.8 million, representing a 24% increase compared to the second quarter of the prior fiscal year. This increase is primarily due to the timing of payments related to the city's tax sharing agreements. And these rebates for the current fiscal year will be paid and reflected in the third quarter. Next is the use of money and property. This is lower primarily due to the reversal of the $2.8 million mark-to-market adjustment, which was recorded as a year-end entry in fiscal year 23-24, resulting in a temporary positive revenue impact in the prior mid-year period of 24-25. And lastly, other financing sources is lower this mid-year period due to revenues received from the burn property transaction in the prior mid-year period. On the expense side, expenditures are $52.5 million, which is $4.1 million or 7% lower than the previous mid-year period. Benefits decreased by approximately $10.5 million, primarily due to the City Council approved one-time additional discretionary payment to CalPERS to address the city's unfunded accrued liability retirement costs, which occurred in the prior mid-year period. This decrease is offset by an increase in transfers out, which is trending higher than last year by $3.2 million, primarily due to an increase in transfers to restart the annual capital reserve funding transfer. Contract services is also trending higher than last year, primarily due to outsourcing legal services, law enforcement contract costs, and the community shuttle rate increases and increased ridership. This chart here illustrates how actuals, revenues, and expenditures along with the budget affect a general fund balance. So the general fund's audited ending fund balance for fiscal year 24-25 is $181.8 million, which is a $15.7 million increase from fiscal year 23-24 actuals, primarily due to the prior year ending with expenditure savings that outpace revenue decreases. Expenditure savings were primarily because of salary and contract savings, along with increased revenues across almost all revenue categories, primarily due to increased investment earnings. As of mid-year, as you can see here, staff anticipate that general fund will end fiscal year 26 with $178.7 million in fund balance, which is an increase of $22.7 million from the 25-26 adopted budget projection. The increase from the adopted budget is a result of both year-end revenues exceeding expenditures and budget savings achieved in the prior fiscal year. Of the total fund balance, 62.7 is unassigned and available to be used. Now I'll hand the presentation back over to Acting Director Orozco, who will cover the recommended budget adjustments.
So the departments regularly evaluate their budgets throughout the fiscal year. When operational needs arise that were not anticipated during the budget process, departments may request adjustments as part of the quarterly financial reports. The following slides summarize these requests. This slide summarizes the total requested adjustments by fund. Across all funds, staff is requesting $653,155 in new appropriations, partially offset by $149,578 in revenues, resulting in a net use of approximately $504,000 in fund balance. You will notice that the general fund requests are shown with a red line. Staff has decided to return to council at a later date for one of City Attorney's Office's requests, which will be discussed in the following slide. This slide provides a high-level summary of the department's requests. First, the City Attorney's Office requested $410,000 for legal services due to several unforeseen matters, including personnel issues, affordable housing matters, and builders remedy cases. Additionally, City Attorney's Office has also requested a budget adjustment for Senior Assistant City Attorney salary alignment. However, staff is recommending this request return to council at a later date for further discussion. Second, the Finance Department is requesting $75,000 for financial consulting and additional auditing and tax services, including work for the city from the city's external auditors. Third, Innovation and Technology is requesting $15,000 for closed captioning services to ensure the city's digital content complies with new federal accessibility requirements under ADA Title II. Fourth, Parks and Recreation is requesting $15,944 in appropriations tied to proceeds from the Hidden Treasures event, which supports programming and scholarships for the Senior Center's Stay Active Fund. These requests is offset by an estimated $18,478 in revenues, creating a net positive adjustment to the city. Fifth, Public Works is requesting $6,111 to replace a failed HVAC compressor at the Quinlan Community Center, which has reached its useful life. Finally, staff is requesting $131,100 transfer related to the city's control room project, which was approved earlier this fiscal year. However, the initial request did not include the transfer of PEG funds for the internal service fund. As part of the mid-year report, staff is also highlighting a few additional budget items. First, the Senior Assistant City Attorney salary alignment request is being recommended for a deferred council meeting for future consideration. Second, the Public Works Developmental Services Division utilized a consultant to perform inspection services due to staff vacancies. Salary savings in the vacancy are being used to fund consultant costs in the interim. This slide provides an update to the City Manager's Discretionary Fund, which Council approves as part of the fiscal year 2025-2026 adopted budget. As of December 31st, 2025, the fund has only been used once for the property appraisal services related to the Finch property at a cost of $7,400. Staff will continue to report on the use of this fund as part of the city's quarterly financial reports. Staff is recommending the council take two actions tonight. First, accept the city manager's mid-year financial report for fiscal year 2025-2026. Second, adopt resolution approving modification number 2526-433, which increases appropriations by $653,155, increases revenues by $149,578. This concludes our presentation, and staff is available to respond to any questions.
All right. Thank you, Jonathan and Tony, for the report and the prep session. For this item, we're going to go open it up for public comment first. Madam City Clerk, do we have any members of the public who would like to comment on this item?
Mayor, at this time, I am not seeing any requests to speak in person, or I do not see any hands raised virtually.
All right. Thank you. Do we have any questions or comments from members of the City Council? If not, do we have a motion and a second for deliberation purposes?
I'll second.
I had a,
we need a first.
Oh, okay.
I'll motion. Okay. Okay, I'll motion.
Okay, so you move the recommended action with the modifications that were
That was,
presented to us
yeah.
by staff. Okay, and do we have a second?
I would love the second. so.
Okay, wonderful. Okay, and do we have some clarifying questions?
Yeah, I do have some.
Okay, I see Councilmember Mohan has her hand raised first, then we will go to Vice Mayor.
Yeah, no, I had a fairly straightforward question. I think there was, in the innovation and technology, you asked for additional funds for closed caption stuff. And I thought we already had it. I thought we already had closed caption. Is this additional?
Can you hear me? This
What's
is
that?
for city channel, closed captioning, for our city channel. We
Didn't
currently
we always
don't.
have it?
No. We currently don't.
Oh, so it's a city channel versus the
YouTube.
YouTube Live.
Mhm.
Okay, I see. Okay,
Yeah, YouTube does, but city channel does not.
I see. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you. Could you remind me again, I think the sheriff's contract, what's the total amount? It seems a projected increase of 36% is about 6 million in 2027 and projected to be about 9 million in 2035. That's increase. So what's the total amount?
Currently, our contract has it at about 19 million for fiscal year 2025-2026, and you can expect about a $6 million increase from the existing year to next year for 26-27.
Vice Mayor, may I mention something? The city manager can verify this. I don't believe there's a cap on the increases in this new contract that they have proposed for us. No cap.
So that means
That's correct, and it's really hard to estimate what the
every
future years
year
will
they
be.
could have new.
Because of the methodology, it's their, what we're hearing is it's whatever their cost is, overhead costs, that they will pass it on 100%. So right now, we don't have any indication.
They have no incentive to cut cost.
We're
Okay.
in the middle of negotiations, but
Yeah,
yeah.
okay. And I think you mentioned that for the community shuttle, there was increased expense because of increased ridership. So I'm just wondering, I thought we have a contract that has a fixed amount for community shuttle. I'm assuming it's for the on-demand shuttle.
We can pull that information and get back to you. We don't have that readily available.
That's okay, just curious. It's good to have increased ridership. But my recent experience of taking their software is very hard to use. And then I think we probably should have some review of the contract and the operation. How long is our current contract? You can get back to me later. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, well, we actually have a motion and a second on this item. Do we have any further questions or comments, or shall we go to the vote? Okay.
We can vote.
We can vote. Madam City Clerk, will you please conduct the roll call vote?
Councilmember Furun,
Aye.
Councilmember Mohan,
Aye.
Councilmember Wong,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Chow,
Aye.
Mayor Moore.
Aye.
The motion carries unanimously.
All right, thank you. So we are moving on to item 11. We're a little bit ahead of schedule. We were supposed to hit this item at 1:05. All right, so item 11 is our next action item. It is the fiscal year 26-27 Capital Improvement Program 5-year plan. Madam City Manager, do we have a staff report?
Thank you, Mayor. We do have a staff report and a short presentation. We'll be presenting the capital improvement program project prioritization process tonight that's used to help select projects for the CIP. We will also present the projects proposed to receive funding for fiscal year 26-27, and we'll show the anticipated projects for the following 4 years for council's consideration as well. To present this item, we have Chad Mosley, Director of Public Works, and Susan Michaels, our CIP Manager, and I will turn it over to them.
Thank you again, City Council. Chad Mosley, Director of Public Works, and as seems to be the trend, I'm going to pass this off to the professional who knows what's going on.
There, excellent. Video, can you share the screen? There we are, thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council, and members of the public. I am Susan Michael, the CIP Manager, and tonight, Director of Public Works, Chad Mosley, and I are here to introduce the proposal for fiscal year 26-27 CIP program. The action tonight is to receive the presentation and approve the CIP project prioritization process and the fiscal year 26-27 capital improvement programs and the 5-year plan proposal. We're asking council to indicate support of this proposed list of CIP projects so that we can include the CIP in this form in the city's fiscal year 26-27 annual budget. We're also asking for council's review of the prioritization process so that the CIP can build on this procedure moving forward. We will note that years 2 through 5 of the 5-year plan are included for planning purposes to identify potential future expenditures and workloads. These future projects will not be funded with the approval of the fiscal year 26-27 CIP. So knowing that we would be late tonight, we've shortened the presentation quite a bit. And we will rely on questions from council and the community to focus the discussions as needed. I will note that there is a CIP webpage with a great deal of information. The agenda tonight is to first look back at this year, review the prioritization process, then review the proposal for next year, and note what next steps are. So the current projects and achievements. This slide is a visual of the numerous process steps it takes to deliver a CIP project. Many are dictated by the Public Contract Code. This does add time and complexity to each project. I wanted to first go through some of the achievements from the last year. We completed the Jollyman Park All-Inclusive Playground and the rollout of the LED fixtures for all city streetlights. We also completed the Bridge Preventative Maintenance Program project, and the Senior Center fire alarm system was upgraded as part of the Facilities Condition Assessment Implementation Project. Furthermore, it will be called the FCA project. It's a long title. So there are a number of projects from fiscal year 25-26 that are nearly completed and we expect to be completed by the end of the fiscal year. We've listed them here. And I wanted to show the list of current CIP projects. We have 22 projects that are active, and that doesn't include the 5 that are nearly complete on the previous page. And I also wanted to make reference to one of our existing projects, the Lawrence Mitty Park and Trail project. We continue to get questions about the progress of this project, so I thought I'd mention it here. It continues to progress on schedule. We're in the regulatory permitting phase where we're submitting applications to Fish and Wildlife, environmental health, etc. And that's what takes so long. So the CIP prioritization process. We have expanded the CIP prioritization process. Attachment A, which was revised to Attachment G, shows the process quite fully, including the steps in the process, the factors used to prioritize the projects, and the guidance of how to score those projects in light of prioritization. As part of the expansion of the process, we went from 5 factors to the 8 that are shown here. These factors are scored when we're looking at each project from 0 to 5, and then each of those factors are weighted. Health and safety, for example, has the largest weight factor. So you can see evidence of this process in attachment B, which is revised to H, attachment H. With this year's projects, they're all in that matrix. So I also wanted to point it out, and you'll see this if you look in an attachment A into the prioritization process. We've expanded the format of the project narratives. The project narratives are attachment C, which was later revised to attachment I. All those attachments were revised because we added a project from when we issued to today. And those project narratives now have a whole prioritization section, which gives more detail to why these projects are prioritized. And then also in that prioritization process document, the steps are laid out. And you can see the steps here. There's project intake, and then we do more information gathering. We score. We then calibrate the scores based on each other to make sure that it's hitting our intuition. Then we draft rank it and look at the actual true reality of our financial situation against those projects. And then we come to council, which is where we are tonight, step 6. And it's noted that the last step is an annual update and continuous improvement. So the proposed CIP and the 5-year plan. So I'm going to go through each of the 6 projects. The first one is that we're proposing to fund the FCA project for an additional $1.25 million. This will fund the remainder of the Priority 1 projects, except for the library fire alarm system, which is proposed to be in next year's CIP. These are identified as critical maintenance for our facilities and most impactful to health and safety, as well as fiscal responsibility to save money on utilities and repairs. We're also proposing for this year to add $5 million to the City Hall Annex project. When the CIP came to Council for the fiscal year 25-26 proposal, Council gave clear direction to resume work on this project. We then let Council know that we expected the project cost to be over $8 million. We are requesting the $5 million now so that these costs are included in the fiscal year 26-27 annual budget. This is a highly prioritized project as it provides an interim workspace solution during the City Hall construction, as well as providing a purpose-built location for the EOC.
Excuse me, may I interrupt just for a minute, just to check the time at 10:30? This is nearly the last item. Maybe there's future agenda items as well, but I just want to check in with council. Should we just keep have this be the last item heard? Okay, very well. Thank you.
Do we need to vote?
The next project is a new project, the Blackberry Farms Golf Course Pro Shop. It's in obvious need of an upgrade. As mentioned here, there's a great deal of foot traffic and it generates approximately $100,000 in revenue. It needs electrical and accessibility improvements in addition to the facelift. We'll have to submit for building, electrical, and sanitary permits at a minimum. The next project is resurfacing of the Sports Center courts. The courts were resurfaced 10 years ago, and it is supposed to happen every 6 to 8 years. Doing this project lessens risk and liability and provides a safer, more enjoyable playing arena for the community. We're proposing the Stevens Creek Boulevard, State Road 85 northbound ramp intersection improvements. The Westport developer initiated multimodal improvements at the Stevens Creek Boulevard 85 northbound ramp intersection as part of their project. The developer provided in lieu fees for the work. Funding is in place, and we're seeking council approval to move forward. And finally, Memorial Park pickleball sound attenuation. The pickleball community and nearby residents have requested that Public Works move forward with sound attenuation improvements at the Memorial Park pickleball courts. Public Works is evaluating options. Preliminary review indicates that sound panels and a new structurally improved fence will be required. And that is our list of additional funding for 2 projects and 4 new projects. $600K, so the total here shows under the internal of $6,730,000. $600,000 will be transferred from the in lieu funds collected, and the remainder of the $6.73 million will be funded from the general fund for $2 million, which is our annual transfer into the CIP that's planned, and then the capital reserve can fund the rest of the balance at $4.73 million. This will leave approximately $5.5 million in the capital reserve. And this shows the 5-year plan. We have, the first year shows this year's projects. The second year has $1.3 million for the library fire alarm system. And then we will resume funding of the accessibility and outfalls repairs projects. Year 3 includes repairs to the irrigation of the Blackberry Farm Golf Course, and we're hoping to initiate park shade structures in years 4 and 5. Next steps. After tonight, we will revisit commissions to discuss the CIP and give an update on the overall CIP. We will return to the Planning Commission to review the conformance of the CIP proposal with the general plan, and I will say those meetings are not yet scheduled. Tonight's recommended action is to approve the CIP project prioritization process and approve the fiscal year 26-27 capital improvement programs and 5-year plan proposal. Thank you.
All right.
We're available for questions.
Thank you so much, Chad and Susan, for all your work on the project prioritization process for the CIP program and the 5-year plan update and the prep sessions that we were offered on this item. I want to first open it up for public comment. Madam City Clerk, do we have any members of the public who are wishing to speak to this item?
Mayor, I don't see any requests to speak in person, and I do see one hand raised virtually, so we'll go to San Rao. Welcome, San.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This is Planning Commissioner speaking on behalf of myself only as a resident. I do want to urge the Mayor to follow standard process to take clarifying questions before public comments, and when you call for public comments, to allow time for people to press the raise hand button and not close public comment before they even have a chance to press the button, which was done in the last item. Thank you. Coming to this item, I do want to say the staff report does not clarify what items could be covered by grants, including valley water grants. For example, all projects that are creekside that improve critical or failing infrastructure such as storm drain pipes could be grants that are applied for with valley water. I see no coverage in the staff report and presentation of items that would cost the city nothing or next to nothing if you pursue grants. Specifically, the Stevens Creek Boulevard 85 northbound ramp intersection improvements could be grant funded. Library expansion project, FCA project implementations, looking at storm drain and water projects, as I mentioned earlier, and improvements to the city's LED lighting, all of these could be grant funded. I urge the city to prioritize critical and failing infrastructure, particularly around our storm drains from the FCA report. If you can focus on the tier 1 and tier 2, really that is bread and butter for us, making sure the city infrastructure works. I'm concerned about the excessive waiting for safety and health. I'm really fearful that this will once again take us down the path of bike lane projects and Vision Zero. And I would, if I had public comment on the prior item, would have said we really need to defund that department entirely because all we get are bike lane projects. So I urge you to fund zero bike lane projects and start actively defunding both the projects and the department itself. As far as resurfacing of courts, the CSC members are over 2,000 in number. They pay 500 approximately a year. That's over $1 million in revenue. The courts haven't been resurfaced in over 10 years, and the courts need attention. So I do urge you to prioritize that. We are a paying body. We don't play for free, unlike the pickleball non-resident participants. On the pickleball issue, you have a cheap, no-cost solution, which is quiet paddles, quiet balls, conduct a noise study, reduce the hours, ban pickleball on Sundays and holidays, enforce construction hours, and start to check for compliance. If you do not have compliance, you can ban pickleball like the city of Carmel wisely did. Please do not spend any city money on pickleball noise attenuation. I am disappointed to hear that the Public Works Director spent over an hour with a primarily non-resident body, that's the pickleball body. We have been asking for attention at the CSC with several concerns and have gotten no time.
Thank you, San. Mayor, I'm not seeing any additional hands raised and no additional requests to speak in person.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any council questions or comments at this time? Okay, I see Councilmember Wong, your hand's raised, followed by Vice Mayor and then Councilmember Fruin.
Yeah, I want to thank staff. I think it's a very comprehensive report and a matrix that's here. I do have a question for the items that were prioritized. Was there a certain threshold used to say like items above 280 were in that list versus items that were below 280 or some arbitrary number like that? Or this was just a different prioritization from what I saw when the total points on the total ranges here in Appendix B in the prioritization matrix for 26 to 27 CIP projects?
Thank you, Councilmember, for your question. Since this is the first year we've had all 8 factors, we did our best to put all of the projects into that matrix and see if it's basically a test of that new process. And it worked out such that the projects were in line with our expectations in a way. You could say that we know how important these projects are on some level. We also got feedback from other people about the prioritization. So we didn't have an initial number that we were striving for. We did, in one of the developments of the meetings with the council members, we came up with the annual review to say projects under 250 in the following year may drop off the list. So that would be part of our process going forward.
Okay. Would you be open to so it's like it's a floating range of numbers that you guys look at throughout the year, or throughout the 5-year period? Is that kind of the approach?
I'm not sure how to answer that.
I think your question being is there a project cost limit that has a factor on the projects that are looked at? Is that what you're asking?
No, I was just looking at the total points at the end of the day, like your range, right? It sounds like 400 is more important than 280 for the most part.
Correct.
Like into your point range, and I think that was useful. So, okay.
And if I may add, at the end of we do the ranking or the prioritization process, and then we also have to take those projects and look at the money that we have available and the staffing that we have available. So there are other factors that are weighed in as well.
Got it. And then for the court resurfacing, is that for tennis courts only, or is that does that include any other kind of resurfacing or restriping?
That was just for the tennis courts at the sports center.
At the sports center, and it's not going to turn into pickleball restriping, right?
There are some pickleball courts that are already striped at the sports center, and those will be restriped back in. It's basically going to be the same existing striping that is there currently.
Interesting. Okay, and so that would make that permanent.
They're already permanently striped.
think they're temporary, but okay.
You may be right. You may be right.
I think they're temporary. So, I mean, there's no striping for pickleball right now. It's not striped. That's why I just want to make sure. I wanted to verify that. I'm looking at the satellite image. So I believe it is. Okay. And then for the pickleball sound attenuation, like what does that involve? And have we looked at that? I've noticed that a number of cities are going to Padel. I'm here in Boca Raton. I just met with the whole Padel team out here. Quiet paddles, quiet balls. But just trying to understand, is that also something that's in it, or we're just going straight to pickleball sound attenuation instead of addressing the paddle issue?
I can provide a little bit of information there. We have currently requested the use of quiet pickleballs after certain hours. I don't know how successful that program has been. I do know that there are some folks that have not been happy with the quiet pickleball equipment, stating it doesn't play the same. I am not a pickleball player, so I can't claim one way or another. So we started looking at other options for sound attenuation, physical options, and currently we're looking at putting on panels on an upgraded fence.
I see. Okay, thank you.
Right. Next is Vice Mayor.
Yeah, thank you for improving the process every year. I remember when I first got on the council, we only got a list of CIP projects without any measurement for how it was prioritized. And then every year you are adding more information. And this year, not only there are the list of criteria, you even provided the metrics that you used for each project. So thank you so much for including all the details. And as I understand, this is for reference for us to really consider prioritization, and eventually the list of projects that we do fund is still up for the council to decide, right? So we don't have to follow the exact list, but it's a really nice reference. And I also would like to point out that you have improved the project narrative document. There was question about how much external funding each project has. All the information I see is in this document that I'm sharing now. This is one example. So there is proposed funding for this year, and then the current existing funding from so far, and then external funding we have. And then I always would ask, like, how much money we have remaining so far. So you have all the information included here already. So thank you for that. But project description is still just one paragraph. That a lot of times it's hard to say what exactly contribute to, say, a $3 million project. But I see that you have included more description in the prioritization, where for each measurement of the prioritization, you provided some reasoning. And there is a second page where there is more information about the funding by year. So thank you for this additional information and the steps, that the timeline for the project. I do have a question about the timeline for, let me unshare this. Stop share. Okay. I do have a question about the City Hall project. So it seems we are approving still the project for next year. The ones that's in the list we expect, then they will start next year. The 5-year CIP still appears to be a projection based on this 26-27 CIP. Then for the City Hall Annex project, in the 5-year projection, I see you are expecting an expenditure of we already allocated $3 million. We are allocating $5 million, but I'm curious, do you expect them to be all expensed next year, or this will be what will be timeline for the project?
Thank you for your question, Vice Mayor. The annex project may not be completely expensed next year, but the contract for the contractor would be encumbered. So we would have to, if it was a $4 million contract, we'd need to put that money aside for that project at that time. Dedicate it, you could say, restrict it.
Okay, great. But then so it will be encumbered, but not really all spent.
That's true.
Okay. And then I cannot find the page for the 5-year project. So in the 5-year project projection, I see some of the items that's already on the list is projected to be spent like in 2028 or 29. So I'm just curious, how come they are in the list, but that's okay. I'll try to find it. I'll give someone else the time. I'll find the table.
All right. I'd like to interject just for a moment. We have some new positions which are helping to support the Public Works and the CIP management work. I believe one is a grants analyst, and then I think you might have a separate financial analyst that's also supporting the Public Works Department. And I don't know if there's any other enhancements that have been made.
Jonathan's walking up, but there is a CIP analyst in the Administrative Services Department currently. There are some vacancies currently in the CIP division that we're looking into, but there's no other new positions part of the request with CIP right now.
Oh, that's understood, but we've already made some changes, and one of them, I believe, like our grants analyst is on board to help with the grant funding.
Yes, we have a full-time grants analyst. That was part of your priorities. This was part of the work program item, and we also have a CIP analyst that helps with some of this work.
Okay.
That is correct. So finance currently has 2 positions that are supporting CIP, one being the CIP management analyst that's assisting with reconciling projects, and the grants analyst with as far as pursuing and ensuring that the city is in compliance with any grants that it currently has and possibly any future grants.
Thank you. And I think that's reflected in the increased information that we have within the CIP budget that we're seeing this year. And also, I really appreciate the new prioritization plan. We'll move on to Councilmember Fruin.
So in your prioritization, you've tried to break down sort of weights by different, I'll call them classifications, things like the asset condition and infrastructure risk, climate resilience and sustainability, strategic alignment, et cetera. Strategic alignment, which has a really strong weight, and that seems to make sense by itself, you've defined as advances city council goals, general plan, climate action plan, or adopted master plan. It feels like it's somewhat duplicative of some of the other categories. Is there a reasoning behind it? I can understand some reason for wanting to do it. It certainly makes sense to me that you would want to align the whole city and our CIP with the goals that we have. But things like the climate action plan getting weight under strategic alignment and also presumably under climate resilience and sustainability feels like it's sort of doing the same thing twice. Is that deliberate, I guess, is the question.
Thank you for the question, Councilmember. I don't believe it's deliberate to be duplicative, but let's just say that the strategic alignment is a carryover that was one of the original 5 factors. We look at all of the master plans, and so that's a continuation. That's something we've had. And the climate resilience and sustainability, that is a new factor as noted here, but we've always highlighted it. And in some projects, it shows up differently. we're going to save money if we increase our, put in new, more efficient utilities, et cetera. So yeah, it wasn't intentional. No.
No, no, I just wanted to understand the
Yes,
thinking.
yes.
I mean, for the record, I agree with it. I think that, you know, making sure that whatever we're doing is aligned with our overall vision for the city and all the documents that, you know, we've put together. Very often we create these plans and then they just get stuck on a shelf and nothing ever happens with them. So it's good to see that there is some way that they are helping to guide what we do. And then I just wanted to confirm as well, because there was one comment about the 85 on-ramp, and all of that is being funded by impact fees, yes?
Yes.
Yeah,
and-
okay.
yeah.
And all you know, and just for the sake of reminding the public, impact fees, one, have to have an essential nexus to the project and be roughly proportional as a legal matter, and then in addition, you have to spend them within a certain span of time. You can't hold on to them forever. So that is external funding in essence.
Yes.
Okay, all right.
Thank you.
Councilmember Mohan?
So the staff report doesn't include the pickleball, or at least, right? You added that later, is that?
Thank you for your question, Councilmember. We added the pickleball project after our prep session meetings, and we were reminded that we've been working on it and we should include it, so we rushed it in. And so that was why the attachments F, G, H, and I showed up. They were revisions of the staff report and previous attachments to just simply include the pickleball project.
Right. And my other, somehow I missed that information. I'm sure I heard it from you, but I didn't quite get it. So this is the second year of our 2-year CIP planning, right?
This is the first year of a 5-year plan. We have an annual, we do a 5-year plan every year.
Right.
And every year we come forward and we present the first year that we are asking for funding on, but then we're also presenting that within the context of a 5-year vision, if you will. And every year we move that vision down the road another year to continue our 5-year plan.
Okay, so for FY 26-27, you're asking for 7.1, and I think that increased with 7.3 maybe?
7.3 total, 7.3.
Okay. So all of it is already in the budget?
We are not increasing our ask, you could say.
Okay, so you're not asking for new money?
Right. We plan on, as a city, we plan on transferring $2 million from the general fund into the CIP annually. And we also have the rest of the funds, other than the $600,000 mentioned from the fees collected, the rest of the money is funded by the capital reserve. We have enough in the capital reserve this year to cover it.
Right, and the 2 million that we transfer, is that for next year or is that for this year?
That is for the fiscal year 26-27.
Okay, so that'll be part of the budget.
Yes, it'll be mentioned in there. I don't remember, I think it happens in the third quarter. Here comes Jonathan.
The $2 million that is being referenced is going to be part of the operating budget for fiscal year 26-27. And so as we go into the May study session, you'll see that as an expense, and it's reflected in the forecast that we provided earlier in the year and earlier tonight as part of the 10-year forecast in the mid-year.
Okay, so it's not something, it's just part of the budget, the ongoing budget.
Correct. It's part of the operating budget.
Okay. Thank you, John. Thank you, Mayor.
All right. Thank you. Next is the Vice Mayor.
Yeah. So from the table, this is a 5-year projection of the 1-year plan. And so I see that some of the project, for example, the Blackberry Farm Golf renovation, it's put in like year 3. And then like the park shade structure is put in year 4. I'm just curious, why is that some is so far away, even though it's listed as a project?
Thank you for your question. We are trying to finish out the fire alarm system projects, and so we have the library as our priority for next year. This year, we plan to initiate and hopefully finish another 5 buildings, fire alarm systems. So that's part of the FCA project, Facility Condition Assessment Project. So then the golf course, if you look at last year's 5-year plan, I believe it was in year 4 of last year's 5-year plan, and so we moved that up to year 3 in this year. We would do that tomorrow if we had the staffing to do it. I would also note that we are trying to plan the next 4 years to stay within our $2 million budget.
So like here, so you stay within 2 million.
Yes,
per
we're
year.
trying. And you can see also from this year, projects do come up, like the courts resurfacing, the pro shop. Those are projects that we did not have on a list last year, but they're valid nonetheless.
So the facility condition, it's a project for this year, but the library is not added, but you anticipate that will be the project for next year. So shouldn't that be included in the 5-year plan?
It is in the 5-year plan. It's projected for next year's.
Oh,
It's in
so
fiscal
the
year
funding is
27-28.
included.
Yeah, that's what the 1.3 million is for.
That include the fire alarm in the library.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought that would be coming. So when I am looking at this, what my initial thought is, we approved our Parks and Rec master plan back in 2019, and none
Pardon,
of the
Vice Mayor?
project. Yeah.
Just a moment. We're approaching 11 o'clock. I move that we continue, that we extend time to continue deliberating on this item, and which is our final item, and I need a second on this.
Second.
Madam City Clerk, will you please conduct a roll call vote?
Councilmember Fruin,
Aye.
Councilmember Mohan,
Aye.
Councilmember Wong,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Chow,
Aye.
Mayor Moore.
Aye.
The motion carries unanimously.
All right, thank you. Please continue, Vice Mayor.
Thank you. And so I was wondering how come none of the project, it seems we are focusing on renovation, needed renovation, but then none of the Parks and Rec master plan items got on the list. Then I looked at this CUTE project. This is where I found the annual playground replacement, school walk audit, library expansion. So we have anticipated landscaping for the library expansion and other projects. There is park amenity improvement. So these are projects that didn't get in the list, but if the council would like, we could include them, right?
Thank you. The projects that are listed under CUTE are funded.
Oh, they are.
They are projects
funded.
that council has previously approved, and some of them we've made great progress on. But right now, it is for one reason or another not moving forward. For example, the Tommy and Inu projects, we're working on the east segment, so the central and the west segments are quote unquote in the queue while we work on the east segment. But we've already completed the CEQA report for the central segment as part of, it was done with the east segment. So each of those projects has a different story.
Okay, I think, so these are the proposed projects. The proposed project is the ones that we are proposing today. So the CUTE projects are still there, we still have funding, we are...
Correct.
So if we look at the 5-year...
If I may, for clarity, they may not have full funding.
Right.
They have
So
some funding.
do we have, it seems we should have a 5-year plan for both already existing queued project plus the proposed, so we know what projects are still going to be implemented in the next 5 years, even though the funding is already allocated.
The projects that are on the list and already funded are our priority. But like I say, there's reasons that those projects aren't being moved forward. Various
I know,
resources.
but if we are talking about 5-year plan, right?
Yeah.
It seems we shouldn't, the 5-year plan shouldn't just include the new ones we proposed this year and their 5-year projection. The 5-year plan should include previous ones and
Thank you.
their
I
5-year
think that
projection.
you may be happy to, so last year we did a full status report. It was 40 pages long. I have not yet done that status report. I think you'll find the information you're looking for in there, because when, for example, we look at the parks projects that are of that category, it shows you which projects are active, and it gives you an update on those projects and why some of them aren't active, and what we plan to activate in the next 5 years. What you're seeing today is a financial summary of projects that we plan to ask for additional funding or new funding for in future years.
Okay.
Yeah.
I see. So the unfunded projects are the ones that didn't make the list this year.
Correct.
That's something, if any council member feels strongly one of them should be funded, then this is where they can provide input.
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay, I did notice, thank you, that in the supplemental reports, you have a 250,000 cutoff that would, I believe that would remove projects that were under 250,000. Is that correct?
250 points in the prioritization?
Let me get to it. I thought I read dollars, but maybe it is points. Okay, it's the CIP prioritization process, and let me get to it again. No, I thought I saw 250. Do we have any cutoff for dollar amount on to have items dropped off of the list?
No.
Oh, it is a scoring. You're right. Oh, phew. Okay, I'm glad. Because I was going to say there are some things like perhaps a shade structure that wouldn't cost over that amount.
Right.
So, okay. By the way, do you know offhand, or can you get to it fairly quickly, what the scoring points were on the park amenities like the shade structures?
The park amenities, sorry, what?
Like the shade structures, it was a CIP, it currently is a CIP item to add some shade structures around.
On the matrix, it is scored, the points total right now are 130.
Ah, okay.
The problem, that's a very nice to have project.
Yeah.
That's why it's of that ilk.
Understood. Okay, so I don't believe we have a motion yet at this time. For purposes of deliberation, would council, anyone care to make a motion on the item?
For the staff recommendation with the addition of the pickleball sound barrier project from the desk item.
Okay, and that's
To
the
be
only
added or to
added
be
item
removed?
from the desk item?
Correct.
There's only that
It
one?
would be the 6 projects.
Okay, and,
Seconded.
okay, it was motioned by the Vice Mayor, seconded by Councilmember Mohan. Do we have any further discussion on this item, or are we prepared to go to a vote?
Some question.
Okay.
I would like to make some suggestion as well on the queued projects, if we can.
Please speak up.
Oh, can you hear me? Is that all right? Sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I would like to take the queued projects and cut anything below 300 and put those into proposed, if we can do that. And I would not be supportive of the pickleball sound piece. I think we should be not having pickleball courts there. That doesn't make sense. I mean, if you want to cut the noise, just switch it to padel. Nobody would be complaining. That would save everybody a lot of money. So I don't see a need for that. But I would like to know what people would like to do if we're going to, in lieu of the pickleball courts, if there's something else they would want to add. So. So in the prioritization matrix, Appendix B, sorry, to be more clear, we have queued projects. Take everything below 300 and just move them off.
If I may, here is a list we are talking about. Here are the queued projects. So I see here are the proposed projects.
You go a little above, you'll see queued, annual playground replacement, school walk audit.
Park amenity improvements, which is in queued, is 245. And Stevens Creek Bikeway is 245. Street light
275.
installation is 220. And among the proposed projects, they range from 300 for sports center courts resurfacing to 255, Memorial Park pickleball sound barrier. And I see that in the unfunded projects, some are 295, 285. So it does seem that, I mean, the proposed project is not always the highest rank, doesn't always have the highest point, which is okay. And if they are, I think the points are reference.
Thank you. So Vice Mayor, it doesn't sound like you're supportive of those amendments to the motion and the second. And I would tend to agree. And I think that if we're going to get really granular with this list, that we're going to need to start at 5:30, and we can go over whether or not we want to have a cutoff and to remove projects. So I think we'd want to look at those items when we're fresh, rather than wholesale cutting them off without having a proper discussion. And especially given we've been at this over 5 hours at this time.
So when would we have another look at the CIP list?
City Manager? With the goal to, if you want to remove
in
things.
In case when people.
I want to test out the matrix.
Okay, yeah, through the chair. Madam City Manager?
So, we're hoping today that with the staff recommendation that we, at least council can agree on removing anything below 250 would work at this time. And if there's consensus on maybe one or two projects that remain, we can take that kind of feedback. But I agree with you, Mayor. We shouldn't be getting into a wholesale change of this list at this point.
Okay, so as it is right now, we're at 250. And we can take a look and have a check-in if we want to remove the next 50 points up to go to your Councilmember Wong's 300 suggestion. And with that, do I have any further comments, or can we go to a vote? Councilmember Fruin? You ready to go vote?
Yeah,
okay. Madam City Clerk, will you please conduct the roll call vote?
Councilmember Fruin?
Aye.
Councilmember Mohan?
Aye.
Councilmember Wong?
Nay.
Vice Mayor Chow?
Aye.
Mayor Moore?
Aye.
The motion carries with Wong voting no.
All right, so that was our last agenda item for the evening. Tonight, we recognize the recent passing of longtime Cupertino resident Boris Stanley. Boris played a pivotal role in shaping the community we know today. As a local attorney, his decisive action in preparing and filing the incorporation papers formally established the city of Cupertino. Without his leadership and commitment, our city may not exist as it does today. In recognition of his extraordinary contributions, the city declared October 19th, 2021 as Boris Stanley Day in Cupertino. We honor his lasting impact and are deeply grateful for the legacy he leaves behind in our community. The meeting will now conclude in a moment of silence in memory of Boris Stanley.